Good morning, my friends. TheFreind here, and today I am back with yet another Talents Overexplained video. This time, we'll be covering Mei, who is quite an uncommon tank, but today I am joined by probably the best tank player on the server. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Zenroth. Zenroth, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, man. Thanks for having me.
Hell yeah. It is a great pleasure having you down here with me. So Zenroth, why don't you talk about yourself? Who do you play, for how long, for example? Because I know you're a tank main.
Oh, let's see. As far as tanks go, all of them. I mean, my favorite is ETC, as he just feels very comfortable for me. I kind of get to play him both aggressively and defensively, and
Absolutely.
it works well. Otherwise, though, I pride myself on being able to play all of the tanks. So trying to make sure that I have that flexibility for my team.
Tank main role, and all of them are vastly different from one another. It must be a pretty complex journey.
It was a very complex journey. Lots of trials and tribulations there.
Absolutely. Whew. And you don't really get to see a lot of that very often. Maybe in, the European competitive scene where people actually do have a lot of tank mains. Here in North America, that is a very rare thing, especially to the degree in which you bring it. And yeah, I'm just looking at your Mei profile here. You have a 95% win rate over 1,000 games. You're going to have to explain yourself, young man.
All right, listen. Mei, first when I played her, was not fun. I had no idea what I was doing on this hero, and I was messing everything up. So I had to go through the grind of learning how to play this hero. And even still to this day, I still mess things up. But I try to get a little creative with her skills. And it kind of brings a little bit of flexibility to the battlefield.
Honestly, that is the exact same thing I feel with Mei, and that she's brutal when you're first starting out with her. Like, it feels like I'm flailing my arms everywhere and nothing's really going on. It's good to know that you, of all people, felt the same way when you first started.
Yeah, I absolutely felt like that with Mei. With a few tanks, I mean, some tanks I learned faster than others, but with Mei at the start, it kind of helps for me that she has what feels like a similar playstyle to ETC. Not so much that she can provide that that CC that ETC brings. He can easily peel for his team, whereas Mei is unreliable CC. So basically, I call her the zone tank versus a defensive CC tank.
I do agree with that statement. We need to watch out for. I will ask you on like what was like the key to getting better at Mei. Like there was a specific point in which you reached, and from that point on, it's much easier to play Mei. This probably involves ability or talent work. So if there's something very, very small but helped significantly, do you know what that might be?
I would say probably is. I had to put it for a talent. It's Black Ice at 16.
Got you. Okay.
Black Ice at 16 makes Mei so much better that I actually don't think there's another talent choice at 16.
In that case, when we get to 16, we're going to be elaborating on Black Ice. Pick Black Ice, folks, then you win games in Mei.
It helps. It definitely helps.
Hell yeah. But yeah, that is basically Zenroth's profile right here. I will speak from experience that he's a very fearsome opponent when I have to fight him, because I'm fighting with a guy that knows everything about me more so than I do myself, and I know I'm about to get engaged upon as soon as I make a mistake. This is Zenroth in a nutshell, and it's with every tank, which is quite spooky. Man, Zenny, I swear to God. So, with that... Go on.
I was going to say, I can pretty much identify a lot of the not so much mistakes, like there's a lot of times we've faced, and you've done some wonderful engages. So I realize I have to go a different route versus you when you do those engages. And thankfully, from experience, I'm able to do that.
Hell yeah. This is the mutual respect goes both ways, and I do appreciate that. Moving on, I shall proceed to the Mei abilities tier. So, Mei. Mei is kind of an awkward tank. Like Zenroth stated, she does have unreliable CC, and she has a lot of circles on the ground kind of ordeal going on where she's best used as a zoning type tank. She's probably the best tank in the game when it comes to zoning people away from a specific area that you don't want them to encroach upon. And because of that, she has a two-sided playstyle. Sometimes she goes on the offense, but she's also very good on the defense for different reasons compared to other tanks that might have instant forms of CC, where they traditionally peel for somebody. Mei does it in layers, and in some ways, it's better or worse. Would you agree with this statement?
I would absolutely agree with the statement. She is not your tank that you want if you're looking for immediate CC. If you need that very fast reactive CC, she is there to provide irritation and zonage.
I do agree with that. And the type of ability she has, I think we'll probably leave trait for last, and then we're just going to go over them in order. Starting with her Q being Snowblind. It's a small mana cost of 35 mana, and on the 10-second cooldown, you toss a little snowball that hits everybody in the area, and it just blinds them for almost 2 seconds, and it slows them by 35%. Does minor amounts of damage. Of all of Mei's abilities, this is honestly the most mediocre of mediocre. It does have its moments when it shines, but in my opinion, Snowblind is just some extra ability that you have on as Mei. The slow is nice when you're catching up to people. It's also decent when you're setting up yourself your Blizzard and Ice Skate combo. But most of the time, you reserve this for the blind, because blinds are very powerful in this game. And if you drop it at on an important target, like say a Tychus, it can totally change the dynamics of the fight. Zenroth, what do you think about Snowblind?
100% agree with what you said. It's kind of like having a weaker Joe. Just being able to blind somebody that you need to blind, especially for yourself. If you get into a pickle and you see the auto attacker coming in, a blind can save it. And the slow it's nothing to really scoff at either. It does help a lot of people either help secure the target or, help somebody escape.
Is there any specific use case scenario on how do you want to use Snowblind? Do you combo with the rest of your abilities, or do you prefer holding on to it, for the perfect moments?
A little of both. I would say it's definitely situational. If you're going to, if you do your Blizzard combo, then early on before you get 16, you're able to an additional slow in there. So once you try to get somebody in your Blizzard, you throw the snowball down, help slow them. I would recommend trying to body block, because that slow still doesn't help sometimes. But otherwise, if like somebody in your backline gets engaged upon, and you're too far away, but you still have that little bit of range, that snowball, as long as you land it could help your backline as well.
Big time. Putting it onto a stray Illidan that cleaves his way into the back. Maybe you can toss it backwards. Hopefully it hits. If it does, great. But I do agree on that point that it's a vastly inferior Joanna blind, in that it's shorter range. It doesn't connect instantly. The area is significantly smaller. It doesn't even reach as far as Joanna's blind. It's something. But it has a slow attached to it, and 35 is actually a big number.
Yes.
I personally use Snowblind just as I like it as a neutral form type of ability where I'm just skirmishing with somebody, right next to me, and then I just toss a blind on them. And usually it kind of forces them to give up the fight and they back up a little bit. So it's useful in that regard. I don't commit any resources, but I'm gaining ground because they decide not to mess with the Mei, and that's perfectly fine. Uh, Aside from that, if I'm looking to kill, if it's a long range kind of like situation, I use my snow blind first to get closer to range, and then from that point on, I might use the rest of my abilities to hopefully secure a kill there. But more on that in just a second. Anything to add on to this snow blind, Mr. Zenroth?
No, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say there's anything too complicated about it. It's your budget Johanna blind that is not as reliable, but if you land it, you could save someone, or you could secure a kill. That's about the long and short of it for that.
Yeah, it's kind of disjointed from the rest of her abilities, but in my opinion, it's necessary you have at least one thing disjointed, so she's not fully reliant upon waiting on a flurry of cooldowns. You can use Snowblind whenever. It doesn't have to be attached with the rest of her abilities. Just identify if the blind or the snow is. The blind or the slow is more important for the match at hand. If there's lots of right clickers, you might never use this as slowing. Instead, you're waiting for it to blind somebody, whether it's peeling or for yourself.
Especially versus a hammer. That much I can say.
Yes, sir. Totally.
blind a hammer and then go in and try to get the kill.
Perfect. I like it. Moving on to Blizzard. Blizzard is a more interesting ability for Mei. This is her only form of basic ability CC in the form of a stun. It's a 70 mana cooldown, which is quite high, and it's a 14-second cooldown, which is kind of brutal, but you drop down a blizzard into an area, and at first, when enemies are in it briefly, they start with a tiny slow, and this accumulates for every quarter second that they're in it. They also take a little bit of damage, and this slow stacks up to 35%, which noted is the same as Snowblind slow. So it starts weak and then goes at most at the Snowblind slow. And then if they're still in the area after 2 seconds of its whirling, they get stunned for 1.25 seconds on its exit, which is the important part. As Mei, you have a lot of slowing at your disposal, but you have a stun that comes after a 2-second delay, which is quite brutal. This gives her a big disadvantage when checking bushes or new areas where if she's going into an unknown area, she does not have the instancy of a stun that maybe ETC has, or a Garrosh might toss or taunts, for example. There are many instances where Mei honestly prefers just having the fight be very fair and doing a front to back kind of situation, but yeah, Blizzard is very hard to use by itself, so we might have to move on to icing really quickly before we return to Blizzard. Zenroth, any thoughts you'd like to give about Blizzard?
Blizzard's a frustrating ability just because, again, it is not that immediate CC. You are watching your CC approach on the ground. So I will say a good point that I forgot to make also is Mei, while she does have a disadvantage for the bushes, that is also one of the best benefits for her Q. While it's a mediocre ability, you can check a bush with the Q, and it's not punishing for you.
Fire and forget, not a problem. Great tip. But
otherwise, yeah, Blizzard's just a set ability that you throw down, and you have to try to set it up. And thankfully, we'll be talking about how to set that up here.
Yep, and you set it up primarily through icing. Icing is same mana cost and cooldown more or less as Blizzard, it being a 70 mana 14-second cooldown, where Mei slides quickly towards a direction, and it has pretty good range, all things considered. When Mei reaches the end, or you end it early, you will basically pop and push people back. And this is quite nice because she adds on an 80% slow that decays afterwards, which is really high, actually. And through Black Ice, this thing is crazy good, but more on that later. Icing is kind of is honestly probably Mei's best basic ability. It's very flexible. It gets you into position. Most importantly, though, to round it back to Blizzard, Blizzard comes down, people try to get out of it because it's a dangerous ability, and then that's when Mei starts to slide in. By sliding in, you get to go past them, and then you knock them back the opposite direction. Hopefully, you push them back into Blizzard. And with the 80% slow that's on top, they are almost certainly going to get stunned afterwards. This is kind of your bread and butter combo where you must use Blizzard in tandem with Icing. If you drop the Blizzard raw, it's kind of a bad ability. Nothing really happens. But Icing is a little bit more forgiving in that you can use it by itself. Zenroth, how do you approach the Blizzard Icing combo?
Blizzard Icing combo is where I struggled at the most when I first started Mei, because I could not figure out how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Icing, I would consider Icing basically it's your ETC move, right? Like power slide. Now, the nice thing about Icing is it does have good range. It is pretty quick on the movement. And yeah, when you disactivate it, boom, it does a little knockback all around. So you throw your Blizzard out, you ice, and you try to boop the enemy into your stun. So ETC with more steps.
Yeah. A significantly more convoluted stun, which I think is the same duration too.
Yeah, it pretty much is. Now, granted, like it does do, like her combo will do damage. Let's not discount that. Like
it actually does good damage. Yeah.
Yeah, she does deal a decent amount more damage with her combo. That does allow her team to potentially kill things a lot quicker.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the setup and the execution that makes it a bit of a pain, especially for anybody just learning Mei.
Yeah. Generally speaking, what we recommended, like what we talked about earlier with the Snowblind being a slow, usually of your basic abilities, Icing is technically the longest range ability, but since it will usually end a little bit early before you reach the backside of the enemy, so in fact you just push them away from you rather than back towards your team. Usually the combo goes as follows. You're close enough to Snowblind, so you toss out a 35% slow, and then you walk up a bit, and then you start Blizzarding, and then hopefully you should be in range to start the Icing, and now you should slide all the way past them, knock them straight back into the Blizzard, and that hopefully leads into a kill. That's kind of like how I do a combo on Mei. This is max range. If I'm fishing for somebody that's way out where, I would do it in that sequence. If I'm already in mid-range with the opponents, where I'm comfortably close enough to slide anywhere I want, then I might drop the Blizzard first, and then I watch how they move, and then afterwards I use an Icing to push them back the opposite way. That's how I do it.
Yeah. Yep, that's that combo in a nutshell right there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Do you have any...
Keep in mind...
Mm-hmm. Proceed?
I was going to say, keep in mind it has to be pretty quick, too. Like, you only got that 2-second window before the sun goes off, so you got to throw the snowball, you got to throw the Blizzard, and you got to go skate.
Not only are you playing Mei, as a budget tank, but you're also diffusing a bomb in your head, because Mei is very much timing oriented, and this is something you literally have to fight yourself over.
Yes, absolutely.
These days though, I've kind of like got a knack for Icing better than I used to, and then I think it comes down to where I put down the Blizzard, because I found out that people will literally go the shortest path it takes to get out the Blizzard. So if you wait that half second, you can kind of anticipate if somebody's closer to the side, they're going to move to that side. And then you can you can punch them, you can beat them to the punch and slide past them and already be in their face when they thought they could get out. So sideways, I actually like putting the Blizzard slightly sideways and pushing them back in. Though usually it's better if you push them, like if you're reticulating them backwards, that's usually a better use of the Blizzard, as it's technically more efficient. But The best thing you can do is you drop the blizzard and then wait to see how they react. If they move in a certain direction, they're not going to change course. They will keep moving that direction because of the fact that their mounting is slow and turning around and going the other way is impossible. So they will commit to a certain direction. That's when you have to ice the place that would push them back.
Yep. And you have to be fast with it because, again, if you take too long, they're already out. Or you mess your icing up and you accidentally boop them away from where you wanted.
Big time. Oh, another thing about Blizzard. This thing does not start immediately and then winds down for 2 seconds. It actually has like a half-second delay before it starts the 2-second duration, which is, I don't know. I feel like that's way too much. I feel like they could totally cut that out, and I think Mei would be substantially better, but what do I know? It's something you need to fight against as Mei. Remember, it's actually a 2.5-second delay before it expires properly, rather than 2 seconds on the tin can here.
Yeah, it is. It is quite frustrating with some of the delay, but I will say, I agree. But also, I do like the fact because Blizzard can also be used as a zoning tool. Don't feel like you have to do the Blizzard combo. Sometimes you're not in a position where you want to get that engage off. And sometimes your backline's getting dove on. Just throw your Blizzard underneath your backline. And they have to back off. You don't even got to worry about pressing E. You throw the Blizzard, and they realize, oh, I probably have to leave now.
Yeah.
Or they get CC'd.
Great point there. I like it. When would you identify this situation? When would you want to drop a Blizzard raw and then keep it intentionally separate from icing?
Anytime that involves zoning and you don't need to do engage right then and there. So, especially with mana. I mean, we should probably discuss that.
Mei is extremely mana hungry.
Mei is mana hungry, especially early game.
Big time.
Like her 2 abilities, where we have 140 just off of 2 abilities.
Yeah.
E and W. That's 140, folks. That is going to chunk your mana bar out, and so you won't always be able to do the WE combo. So if you want to just raw use your Blizzard, it would be either, like I said, a zoning, as you cannot pass this area, and if you do, your backline is not going to be able to follow up with you well. Or if you have a bunch of people diving in your backline, and you just throw the Blizzard down, and your backline, as long as they didn't get nuked, they'll be fine. They just need to back up.
Got you. Kind of like a.
And that's where you have your tool.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, you'll have your E to be able to go back there if you need to help heal even further.
Yes, actually, it's a great tip. I need to use that more often because for some reason, Blizzard is literally a touch grass kind of ability, but I did not register it as a touch grass, so I'm going to need to use that more often. For zoning opportunities, some examples might include, for example, an enemy team needs to cross a hallway, and you know they're approaching your team as quickly as they can because your team is capturing the objective, for example. In this case, this is a great opportunity to zone them because they need to get somewhere immediately, and you can stop them in their tracks for 3 seconds. Or, if they're trying to get away, they're going through that same hallway. If you put the Blizzard behind them, it's very painful. You don't want to put it on top of them, but instead a little bit further back, because if they already start in the middle, they only need to go halfway through in order to get out the Blizzard. But if they need to trudge the whole way through, they're not going to go through. So it effectively walls off a area for a longer duration if you place it further back. So long as it's covering the whole hallway, or big enough that they can't do a big loop around, so to say. What else?
Yeah,
what else?
Absolutely.
Last thing.
Favorite use of mine.
I guess I'll say mine before yours. Walls, gates. People are going to be trying to get to their forts, and they're going to be funneling through the tiny gates. That's also a great opportunity to use Blizzard Raw. Plus, you don't always want to ice into the enemy's fort, so that's another reason where you might use Blizzard by itself without anything else. Zenroth, please go ahead with what you're about to say.
Oh, I was just going to say, another favorite use is like when they have a dive tank, like Diablo, for example, and I see him dive into my team. I'm not going to put a Blizzard under him. I'm going to put a Blizzard behind him where his team's coming through. So that way, if they want to follow up with him, they got to go through that. And then if they, that's where my icing comes in. If I need to use it to push them back into the Blizzard, and then now Diablo has no follow-up.
Big time. That's actually a really crucial component of Mei. I think at some point, when the player gets comfortable enough with Mei, they're going to start seeing the game slightly differently. And what ends up happening is they identify, okay, what is the initiation source? What's the CC? And then what is the pain bringer? And how do I separate them as much as possible? And when you catch enemies, starting one half, but the other half is lacking, Mei wedges herself right into the middle and prevents the follow-up from proceeding. And this comes in several ways. This could be Diablo charging in. You could interrupt Diablo himself. That's one way of doing it. Or, like you say, you can zone off the rest of the enemy team from approaching him quickly through the usage of Blizzard. If they get close enough to right-click, you could also stall them with a blind. Or, if they get close enough, they start clicking, you can slide them away. And now they get shoved back, and they get slowed by 80%. And then your team is dealing with the Diablo in the meantime. This is some tanks do it better, but Mei is very good at this. If you're able to identify how the damage comes in, you can prevent it from going through. And if the tank is wasting his abilities in crowd control without any follow-up, he's in a very bad position.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. It is. Mei is not your conventional tank. She is mobile. She has no immediate CC. But if you're creative with her, she's really annoying. She's really frustrating for a lot of people. Just because she zones, she likes to do denial. She can be very fun when you get creative with her.
Yeah, and I think that's like one of the things about she's a hard tank to play, like totally, and she demands like this creativity, just like you say, because your abilities do have a straightforward combo, but sometimes in some situations it's best you don't chain them together and have them individual. And then there's also the knowledge check of understanding how dangerous the situation is that it necessitates you switching it up or stopping a pivotal damage piece, for example. Like some new player might not recognize that if the Muradin comes into stun, what follows up is the Greymane, and then they're instead focused on the Muradin when in reality they should be stopping the Greymane from approaching. But this is something you can only learn with experience and practice. The more games you play with Mei before you start comfortably dividing the abilities. Speaking of dividing abilities, we talked about dividing the Blizzard by itself, and then icing is usually what forces them into it, but there are lots of opportunities where you could use Blizzard by itself. Is there a situation you'd use icing by itself for?
Oh, I would say typically it's your mobility skill. So if you're wanting to just try to get out of danger, that's a good way to do it. Also, icing is really good at if you don't get interrupted, you're able to interrupt others.
Big time.
She is a tank that can get countered pretty easily by knockback. Once she starts her emotion, she can stop it, but if she gets knocked during it, it will cancel that.
And she has to accelerate too. So her most vulnerable point is when she starts it, and that's usually the time you're taking the most amount of damage too.
Yeah. It's typically, I mean, this goes for all tanks really, but you should be throwing your abilities from the bush, so that way you take as minimal damage as you can.
Very true.
So once you once you E in, you can interrupt abilities, you can split the team up, and yet another way to be creative is of, just throw your E in, throw a W, throw a W underneath yourself. You don't even worry about the enemy team. Just throw it under yourself and then walk back to your team. And if your team came in, they can capitalize on the separation of the enemy team that you did.
All the better. I will say, an idea has come to my mind. I do like icing a lot when, funnily enough, you use blizzards for protecting your team, but I think the same way for icing instead, where if I see somebody being going on top of a allied hero, I choose to icing and then basically go where the allied hero is. By doing so, you quite literally shove them back from them. It's like you're projecting an ETCW onto a teammate, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah. It is again, ETC with extra steps.
Yeah. Man. It's funny
and
because
there'll be more uses for like icing as we talk about talents too, because some of her talents will allow you to be, again, a little bit more creative with Mei.
Totally. Of all of Mei's abilities, I think icing is probably her best like Q is mediocre because sometimes it just doesn't do much, but icing is still very impactful even without the presence of Blizzard. So because of that, you might be more inclined to use icing first and then figure out what to do with your Blizzard afterwards. Or sometimes you see the opportunity, you just press your Blizzard. One thing that is decent, if you do identify a situation where it is a good hallway to use Blizzard, solo, sometimes I think that it's unnecessary to speed up the combo because I feel like it's pretty certain. What you could do is you could use icing first, get behind the enemy team, or you shove them back, whatever, and then you use Blizzard afterwards. By stacking the 80% slow, they're going to be suffering from that slow, and then the Blizzard starts to tick up. By the time that expires, they're already down to 35% to movement speed slow, and then they might get hit by the full Blizzard. And by cutting off the enemy team, you're already in position to start body blocking them. You might be able to score a Blizzard hit afterwards. And this is effectively almost 4 seconds worth of slowing plus stunning, which is very vicious. If you can pull off this combo, it's a very likely kill, but it's definitely the hardest to execute because by separating the icing from booping them back, you're missing out on potentially the stun, and that might leave them to get away. But if your team's already in position and you need maximum CC, this is a very effective way of doing it in, say, a tighter corridor or like some jungle area, so to say.
Yes, tight areas is where Mei excels at because it allows her to not have to worry so much about room for error. The setup's there.
If the game state is very closed, try to convince your team into like either early game laning situations where when the towers are up, people kind of move predictably. And when that phase is over, see if you can convince your team to take fights within the jungle because Mei is substantially better when there are like corridors and places that the enemy team is forced to funnel through for all of her AoE abilities, compared to an open lane. In the middle of the lane, it is very hard to play Mei.
Yeah, open lane is not where Mei excels at.
Excellent.
She can, you just got to do more work.
You really need to do a lot more work. It's crazy. You kind of need to smurf on the enemy team. If you're playing against players your skill level or if they're better than you, it really sucks as Mei.
Yeah, because they know how to shut Mei down. A simple knockback is all it takes.
Simple knockback, and then you're a fish in water with nothing. But there is one last trick up your sleeve for this fish, and that is their trait, Cryo Freeze. It's most things have like average or kind of like somewhat okay-ish traits. I think Mei actually has a pretty decent trait. It's kind of hard to use though. On the press of a button, you become unstoppable, and you give yourself a relatively large shield, which should be about 40% of her maximum health. Could be 45, but whilst this shield is active, you are unstoppable, and you're also healing up to 35% of your maximum health. As a 40-second cooldown, it's an instant cast ability. Zenroth, I struggle a lot with this ability. I need your guidance. How do you use Cryo Freeze?
There's scenarios. Some of them may involve just pressing your D to negate a skill shot, such as like Stitch's hook. If you're feeling like you're taking a lot of heat, try to position yourself in a way where
Try not to be under towers
combo
when
it
you
with
press
your.
D.
Do not be under towers when you press D. That armor negation will destroy you.
I learned that the hard way. I'm sorry.
That shield goes away so fast.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Do go on.
Yes. No. Something. Some of the ways I use D is basically just if I'm getting too dove on. I recommend if you have your W available, throw your W underneath you, press D. It'll at least temporarily stop the melee attackers. That does not get you out of danger, but it might buy you a little time for either your team or you. Another thing that I've done, I've actually used D as a combo with her Icing Blizzard combo. So how to do that? Basically, like a Diablo, for example, you throw a W under Diablo, you do your Icing combo, immediately press D after you boop the Diablo back. And because sometimes, he's like, hey, I can just queue into this Mei and get out of the Blizzard.
True.
But if he does that when you press D, you're unstoppable. So now you create a body block.
Great tip.
So
I like that.
And I've done that with her D a lot. I don't consider her D as a survival tool. While it is a survival tool, I try to use it more for utility. And I will just press D just to be a stationary ice block and body block. Especially if it's in a tight corridors and they're trying to get around me.
Oh yeah. Whew. In the hallway of death, where it's like 1 pixel wide, and if you ice yourself right there, that's actually really effective. Lock them in the freezer.
Yeah, I would say cryo freeze is it's a little rough just because you're a sitting duck while you're in ice the cryo freeze.
Yeah, it suffers a lot.
As long as you're not in the heat of things, you should be okay.
Yeah, I do agree with all your points there. Excellent examples. I don't have much to add on what Zenroth hasn't already talked about. Really, it's, hey, you're taking focus fire. That's when you cryo freeze. You need to have it. The fact that it's on the 40-second cooldown makes it kind of awkward, because you are hesitant to use it on the first onset of crowd control. Unlike a Joanna, where if she smells the stun, she goes unstoppable and she keeps walking. If you fail the cryo freeze, what ends up happening is you root yourself, and now the enemy team starts to gain distance on you, and suddenly you could probably get away from this CC by reactivating it early, but you're still in a bigger predicament because now you don't have the D available to stop the CC mid-flight. So it's kind of tough. But I will say, it's very effective when comboed with Blizzard, like Zenroth has described. Big reason is if there's someone melee that's already committed the distance to you, they're going to stay in it. And when they stay in it, as soon as they get stunned, that's your opportunity to ice away. So if you're right next to an Imperius or a Muradin, this is your best way of getting away before getting interrupted.
And it helps negate the CC too if you press it right. So Muradin, Stormbolt, oh, hey, press D.
Yeah.
You know.
I think this works best if you orient yourself that you kind of bait something out. One time I did an icing combo with Blizzard, and then I oriented myself towards a wall against an Ariel because I knew she would probably knee jerk it, and I successfully crowd freeze before the whip came out, and it felt very good, pulling it off because I knew what the Ariel was going to do, and I baited it out and wasted the knockback onto my trait, which felt really nice because it's free to use, and your team can follow up afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. They'll see you and they'll be like, you need to get out of here. Especially if they know you're trying to look for any type of ult ability that we'll be talking here about soon.
Very soon. Oh, one last thing. The great part about Cryo Freeze is honestly, like, it's kind of hard to use it mid fight, but it's great at sustain. If you feel like there's nothing to do and you're kind of like somewhat damaged, feel free to activate for the healing. Like 35% heal on the 40-second cooldown is a very good trade.
Also, your healer will thank you.
Big time. if it's a Karazim, he'll probably be on the ground, praying for.
that's mana saved.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Exactly.
this is actually great point. Actually, this is I think Mei works really good with healers that have like unreliable amounts of healing to give. If it's a heal bot like Malfurion, it's whatever. But if it's like Karazim or Brightwing or I don't know, Lieutenant Morales in a lot of cases, I feel like being able to give yourself self-sustain is very crucial in alleviating pressure away from the healer, and they can focus it onto a more important target.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she definitely helps alleviate the need for the healer to prioritize healing the tank when she can just dump it all into the DPS.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
As long as you didn't do something bad.
Yeah. Like diving underneath the fort and then you press cryo freeze.
Yeah. Spoiler, your healer probably ain't saving you.
No, it's really bad at that point. Last thing, the cool part about the facts, although some people might call it a downside that you got a shield, and if the shield goes, your healing stops early. The game is very generous with this. This is an overheal in disguise, because when you activate your trait, you're at full health. You still get that big shield, and the enemy team needs to get through the shield before they start damaging you. So in effect, you can always use Cryo Freeze at any point in time when you're taking damage to give yourself 35% more health. Whether it's through a 35% more health through a shield, or it's through healing, if they choose not to, if they stop attacking Mei, doesn't matter. You still get the heal, which is great.
Yeah, and that kind of leans into the creativity part, right?
Big time. Yeah, Cryo Freeze, it's technically a creative talent, and it has so much potential if you do it right. However, for a new player, I probably would not recommend stressing too much about it. Hey, if you're taking damage and the enemy team is starting to attack you and you've already used your abilities, use Cryo Freeze. If you haven't used your abilities, use them first beforehand, so that you increase your likelihood of survival. Because if you pop out of the Cryo Freeze, as soon as you become non-unstoppable, like you become stoppable, you're going to get punched pretty hard. So better to use your abilities before you lose them. And yeah,
that is going to be something to keep in mind. The enemy team is looking at when your shield ends, so just know that they're all calling out, hey, Mei is 100% killable now.
Exactly. And then the Anduin root is coming, and then it doesn't actually connect until it finds something stoppable, and then as soon as you unfreeze, boom. It turns around and it decides to stun you on the tail end of it as it's passing through, which is pretty brutal.
Yep. And then you're stuck back where you were trying to save yourself from.
Yep. With that is Mei's trait. Do you have any last words to speak about Cryo Freeze?
No, I would say it's a budget Johanna D.
Yeah. It's more so for I don't know, ultimate combos. Like if you see a Diablo APOC or a Zarya Graviton, if you see something big and predictable coming, you can reactively press D. But if it's a basic ability, it gets much harder. And I wouldn't stress that part too much. It's probably better used as just a health buffer.
Yeah, I would say if you're just getting into Mei, absolutely don't try to do anything too fancy with it. Just use it to either negate some CC or, like we just said, the health buffer.
Or hey, there's a enemy Mei on the enemy team and they're trying to do the icing combo and you say, no, you. You cryo freeze.
Mirror match goes hard.
Yeah. I can't imagine a more miserable experience than cryo freezing an enemy Mei. My God.
I can't imagine a more miserable experience than a mirror match with Mei. Who's Blizzard's who?
Oh my God. snowballing each other. Oh god, it's bad. One time I was playing Storm League, I was planning to play Mei because I was actually getting a little bit comfortable, and then the enemy team picks it. I'm like, oh my god, get real.
They knew. They were like, we're not losing here for this.
Yeah, like it came out of the blue too because I hadn't played a single Storm League game of Mei yet, and then it still happened. I'm like, what the hell? And it was Diamond Elo too. Crazy stuff. Anyways, now I think it's a great time to talk about her ultimates. Whereas Mei kind of had like a above average abilities, but nothing really exemplary. I think her ultimates are pretty decent. But we gotta start with Avalanche, and I'm not a big fan of Avalanche. I will describe what it does now. Avalanche is a 90-second cooldown ultimate, and after a half-second delay where she builds a tiny snowman before she launches a massive snowball, you roll a snowball in a direction over a huge range. The thing goes like across the Grand Canyon. Every enemy hero in its path will get consumed by it, and you enter hostile stasis. When the snowball ends, all the heroes that it entrapped, it will deal 220 damage to them, and then stuns them for half a second per hero consumed. So the more heroes you pick up, the bigger this stun duration for all of them combined. So it really, if you pick up a lot of enemy heroes, like it absolutely wins you the fight. But Zenroth, I would like your opinion on Avalanche first.
Avalanche is, as we know, everybody wants that juicy 5-man Avalanche into, hey, not only am I him, but we just ended the game. So the problem with it is not only on our side is it very difficult to land and make sure you do, but on the enemy side, they're always paying attention to that too.
Mm-hmm.
If they see a Mei going in their back line, it's everybody just kind of looks, stares at Mei like we know what you're trying to do here.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this is going to be a little bit of a spoiler for both of the ults. 16 is where the ults actually come online, in my opinion.
I do totally agree. It's Black Ice.
Black Ice.
Makes it substantially easier. Yeah.
Yep.
We all know what happens when the Mei tries, like, when they ice in, if they boop them back into Blizzard, it's whatever. We see it coming. But when they ice behind your feet, and there's no other abilities coming out, and she picked up the Avalanche ultimate, this is why it really struggles to work, because people will anticipate it coming down. How often do you actually go for like a flanking Avalanche in this manner, where you do it in broad daylight?
If the enemy team is not very mobile on heroes, I'll try to rip it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it also does depend on the duration, because Avalanche has such a large travel that sometimes it's you get all the enemy heroes, but you messed up the direction that you wanted to throw it, and now everybody's like, hey, that was awesome, man, but that is all the way over there.
Yeah. That's why I like Ragnaros. Because with Ragnaros, if you're molten coring, or hell, you don't even need a molten core. So for a smash, will always reach wherever the snowball lands. And if you're molten core, you can rip it in any direction. Ragnaros can take advantage.
Yeah. Any long range CC like that is always welcome for the snowball. Mm-hmm. It is wonderful.
Oh yeah.
But
I think
I would say I've.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say.
I think like. Please proceed. I was about to say long-range damage, but I thought you made a mistake on long-range CC.
Oh, long-range damage too. Yeah. That I think that's what I meant. But also, Saphira Smash is very nice with Mei Avalanche.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
I would say I used Avalanche more for heal in a way. Mm-hmm. It can be used in the same regard as zoning. Like, hey, enemy tank just decided to come in. Like, I'm avalanching behind you, and now your team definitely can't follow up with you.
Mm-hmm. Got you. Like a budget gust, in a way.
Yeah, like, listen, everything about Mei is budget. Let's make sure we establish this.
Well, she everything is made in China.
About Mei is budget.
I'm going to hell for that joke, but
no. It's fine.
I have Chinese friends. They made the same joke to me. I have a great story, but it's not on topic, so I can't describe it now. But yeah, I actually agree with your perspective that I think of Avalanche like as a peeling tool. One time, I think I was playing Arthas, and I was fighting a Mei. I don't know if it was your Mei. Maybe. I just remember her being extremely annoying, and there aren't that many good Meis on the server. So I'm like, I got Avalanche backwards. Like I'm just walking, and then I get Avalanche all the way back, and it was on Battlefield of Eternity. I'm like, oh shit. Now I'm like 10 seconds behind, and I need to get with the team so I can help with the race. And it doesn't work because I need to defend. I can't. I got Avalanche backwards, and now I gotta figure out my way back into the team. And it's quite effective when you need to shove away like a slow-moving melee hero like Arthas. I mean, there's not many examples of that, but there's plenty of like kiteable bruisers that suffer a lot from a mispositioning Avalanche.
Yeah, there's not much you can do when you have no mobility, and Mei definitely excels at heroes that have no mobility.
Mm-hmm. Totally. I will say the fact that you want to hit as many heroes as possible, but that forces you to. The enemy team is not going to cooperate with you, so they're going to be in every single which way. In order to hit more heroes, you need to align it in a differently positioned line. But like you say, if it goes into La La Land, who cares that you sent the whole enemy team packing? If it's too far from your team, they can't follow up, which is very, very difficult.
Yeah, I would say don't be scared to just try to get one or two people. Like, don't if the stars align and you get the God Avalanche, cool. But I would say if you can snipe somebody from the back line and bring them to the front, or even if you can just completely separate their frontliner from the back line,
it's perfectly good enough.
Boom, it's good enough.
Yeah, I will say continue.
I was gonna say don't be that ETC that holds Mosh for 5.
Yeah. It sucks because Avalanche has a 90-second cooldown, and it's like it really should be 60 seconds. The fact that it's forced on 90 makes it so much harder. It forces people in this wrong mindset where they have to do a perfect snowball, and it happens like once every 3 games, and they're like, "Oh, I got it! I'm gonna pick snowball for the rest of my Mei games," which is, I think it's more a situational type ability.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I will say though, hopefully by now you're starting to realize that hallways and jungles are very advantageous for Mei. Snow Avalanche is extremely good when you're fighting in the jungle because if you get on the opposite side of the enemy team, you might lock the door with Blizzard and then you might ice through it, and they're like, oh wait, well the Mei just slid all the way past us and she's not doing anything right now, and they forget that you are actually planning to Avalanche. It's very effective in those corridor scenarios because that is like perfect angle. Everybody's where you want them to be, and your team is actually in position.
And if you want to be really disgusting with it, if you're able to get that avalanche, and if the avalanche isn't going extremely far, you're able to follow your own avalanche up with a blizzard. And let me tell you, that's a long CC duration.
Big time. Yeah.
You get a few heroes in there, you throw Blizzard down.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's stuck.
Huge if you could pull it off. It's kind of tough, though, because Mei needs to use her, she needs to use her basic abilities to line up for an avalanche. But at the same time, if she lands the avalanche raw, it becomes probably twice as dangerous because she can ice up afterwards to follow the snowball and then blizzard. Actually, you know what? For her 20, I think she needs to have a mosh pit treatment where it's the tour bus. She gets another icing and then can follow it even across walls. I think something like that might be cool. But I digress. If you can hold on to your abilities somehow, like say you launch it from a bush, or you do a very cheeky ambush bush. There's just random ones pitted around the map on certain maps. Like on Battlefield of Eternity, there's these tiny vents around the Immortal. You can hide in them, and then an avalanche from the side is very dangerous.
Yes, avalanche from the side, and also keep in mind you don't need to force the engage by trying to avalanche from the
Mhm.
back. Sometimes if the distance allows it, if you're able to, oh, I'm peeling with an avalanche,
Mhm.
and you happen to get multiple amounts of heroes in that so-called peel avalanche,
Mhm.
it kind of sets you up already. You still have your E, you still have your Blizzard, so you can also, your team can follow up on that avalanche that you
Mhm.
intended for a disengage, but sometimes
Mhm.
it can accidentally be an engage.
Yeah, totally true. I think Avalanche is one of those abilities where you kind of need to play for highest likelihood of doing something, and then playing around that, and then whatever outcome comes from it, you play off of that, rather than going for the miracle outcome.
100%.
Hmm. There's also the case of Avalanche. There's like a weird gimmick. Sometimes Avalanche stops short at a wall, and it's very strong when it does, because, hey, you don't need to chase after it as far, and you can actually get into position to use your Blizzard if you pull it off, which is very good. But sometimes the Avalanche just brings them over the wall. Is there a way that like if you can gauge if it's going to stop short or go past?
I would say if it's at the end of the map, you're good. I don't think it's going to go past
Sweet.
the end of the map. So
Yeah, great tip, actually.
otherwise, yeah,
But sometimes
I treat
it's...
it as, I mean, sometimes you just don't know.
Yeah. Damn. Uh,
It gets buggy.
yeah. Such a love-hate relationship with the Avalanche. This is kind of like why I like it better on my teammates when they pick Mei and they pick Avalanche. I'm like, cool, awesome, I can work with this. But if I'm playing Mei and I have Avalanche, I'm like, okay, no, this is not going to work the way I want it to do. uh, it's crazy. Oh, and last thing, I suppose with Avalanche, like just like with the Diablo charge example where he hard engages, instead of you walling off a Blizzard, you can also just drop the Avalanche. And now they gotta do an Indiana Jones scenario where they need to sidestep the snowball that's coming at them fast, or they get shoved all the way back, and now the Diablo's totally isolated from the team.
Yep. Yeah, it's and then you still have you still have WE. So you're like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, hey, you guys are coming back anyway.
Yeah. It's very much a budget gust, and the sooner you start using it like it, I think you might improve your results. And then at some point, maybe you come up with hidden tech that improves the quality of your avalanches at some points. It really, each Mei player is going to find it differently, but talents do help avalanche in the future. So look for anything of that nature. We're going to point them out when we see them, but they do help make the avalanche game plan much easier.
They definitely do.
Yeah. Any last words about our big snowball here before we move on to Ice Wall?
No, I think Avalanche is what it is. You can use it to peel. Again, it's creativity. Like it actually has a lot of uses that you can do with it. It's just how you choose to do them.
Big time. I totally agree. Okay, sorry about that, guys. We had to do a quick break, had to do a quick pause, so a little bit of time has passed. One last thing about Avalanche that I've completely blanked on. Avalanche counts as a hostile stasis, and what this means is it prevents any kind of like incoming buffs that goes to a enemy hero. For example, if you enter stasis when you have a Rhaegar ultimate or a Brightwing Z, I think Brightwing Z actually gets interrupted, or an Alexstrasza Lifebiter, especially that, it still goes through, because friendly stasis, no problem, you still get the buff. But not the case with hostile stasis. If you've been forcibly put into a Stitch's Gorge or an Imperious grab, I should say, and they meet Avalanche, those effects pause. So if you need a way to deal with them, Avalanche is one way of doing with it. But it's a little bit difficult because of the way that's aimed compared to the other abilities. But hey, there might be a case where this comes up.
It's a very good point. It's very hard to do that when, like, say, a Brightwing's Zine onto somebody and you're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to rip this Avalanche on this guy so he doesn't get that Brightwing Z.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad idea. Could secure the kill. Or,
Mm-hmm.
also could set you up for 2 people in an avalanche.
True. Yeah. Poor Brightwing players. We always take advantage of them whenever they try to see with my AoE abilities.
Is what it is.
Is what it is. But yeah, this tip is significantly more important when you're at the edge of the map, just like how Zenroth recommended that you shove them into the wall and they don't go any further than that, which is great. Mm-hmm. And with that, that is my last 2 cents to be given about Avalanche. Without further ado, we may go on to Ice Wall. Now, Avalanche is a so-so ability. It's kind of hard to aim, and even if you want to use it, you have to be in position. Otherwise, if you try to use it, it's literally just going to shove the team away from your team, which is not the point of the ability. However, Ice Wall is much more different in the fact that you have complete freedom over how you aim the Ice Wall. It is a vector ability, which means you start from a point and then you generate a wall in a certain direction until it reaches its end. So on a 60-second cooldown, you target it anywhere you'd like in a massive range. This thing has a lot of range and a lot of wall reach as well. So this thing can start in the fog of war and continue onwards. It's that far along. And after a 3/4 second delay, the wall starts to form. It catches any heroes within its area, and then once it stops forming, everybody within are time stopped for 2.5 seconds. A little bit longer because anyone caught at the front of the ice wall, they're in it first, but it's not going to count down until it's fully formed. So they're actually stuck for like 3 seconds. Anyways, when that is done, wall expires, everybody gets a massive 75% decaying slow, which is pretty big. Zenroth, what do you think about Ice Wall?
Ice Wall has been something I've been enjoying a lot more, especially as of late. It is more or less what I would like to call her creative ult, because where Avalanche, you have to really look to try to get the ult that you're trying to do with Avalanche. Ice Wall, you're able to pretty much set the pace for yourself and your team, whether it be you catching people in the ice wall to set up for a combo, or basically blocking off like half the team, or just isolating somebody, or pivoting them into a way where, hey, they don't have an escape now, and you can full on engage, set yourself up for a big W, big wombo, anything. It's very nice.
Very, very nice. I do agree. A game as of late I played with Mei while practicing for this session. I was invading a camp. We managed to find the enemy Tiamat, blah 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 blah, and then I saw with the corner of my eye that both the Anduin and the Gul'dan were approaching. This was on Infernal Shrine, so they were going through a narrow bush in order to reach the Bruiser camp. And I saw that. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna put down an ice wall, and I sent it right down them. And that was basically a 3-second stun I put. Because with Ice Wall, when you time trap your enemies, they become invulnerable until it comes off. So it's a little awkward using it in the heat of battle. I wouldn't recommend letting an Ice Wall rip, right in front of you, but sometimes it's necessary. You do you. But it is significantly more dangerous when you use it as kind of like an initiation or a kind of like pursuing type ability, because at that point in time, your teammates still have their abilities ready, and when the wall comes down, they'll be able to combo off of it, because it is extremely reliable at setting up any kind of combo from your team. It is very good in that regard.
It is also something I like to use, especially on immobile heroes, like the healers, if it's not a Lucio, of course.
Yeah.
But especially after 16, once you get Black Ice, and you can guarantee set up your ice walls, you E in, you hit that target, you let the ice wall rip, preferably target right at the start of ice wall, as ice wall will slowly build up as it's going. It hits faster at the start of the vector point, And then it's basically a guaranteed ice wall on whoever you hit with your E if they don't have dashes and whatnot.
I love it. Very good tip that Zenroth gave on both fronts. I will stress the importance of hitting somebody close to the start of the ice wall, because that's when the first segments of the wall come up. Somebody that's at the edge, like at the very end, they're less likely to be hit. So if you really, really, really need a specific target caught, try to aim in such a way that you catch them with the front of the wall. And yeah, and even then, you don't really have to stress hitting the wall per se. At the end of the day, it is a wall, and you get to form it in any direction you like. Tastar, he puts down his wall for 2 seconds, and it's very oftentimes extremely devastating. But the thing is, he's limited to the fact that it's perpendicular to him, which forces him into a back to front, kind of like a type of hero where he's behind his team, and only occasionally does he step up to give a good wall location. Otherwise, he risks his own positioning. But you're Mei, you're in the front line. You can be anywhere you want, and this thing has way longer reach than a wall and significantly more options. So you can do some nasty stuff with this thing. just wall off a corridor, and hey, who cares if you haven't caught the enemy team? Like, if they're behind the wall, they can't get through it, and they can still be damaged. And you can also set up a blizzard this way, because if they can't pass through the wall, they're stuck in the blizzard, patiently waiting for it to come down before they can escape. You just set yourself up in a way, I'll say probably a better state than if you were to put them in time stop.
Yeah, another tip on that is if you're doing your ice wall and you still have your W, as soon as the last icicle goes up and the duration starts counting down, throw your W underneath that person that's trapped in the ice wall. It is a guaranteed stun right out the ice wall.
Very strong tip. You may wonder what the point of locking the stun so closely to the timer is, but you'll find that this is very important against certain heroes like, say, Tracer or Medivh protection or Varian protection. There's a lot of instances, or even a Genji extract, for example, great example. There's a lot of instances where heroes have instant stasis, ice block, maybe they get unstoppable, maybe they get protection, maybe they have an instant dash of some sorts. And Mei is very, very susceptible to these types of heroes because she's so predictable. This is one way of guaranteeing a 1.25 second stun, and hopefully that's enough time for your team to kill them, or chain CC in some way.
It will also help against the irritating Lucio high five. He is not able to get to them right away.
Pro tip. Very pro tip.
Very good against Lucios.
Man, screw Lucius. I will take any tip of the day to bring him down. It's a great day. It's so annoying too, because honestly, a very advanced strategy is once you start once you lock down a hero fully, you can't really stack any more CC on them. It's pointless. So the next best target to CC is actually the healer, because now you prevent the healing or protection buffs from coming through, and in a way, this is like you scoring bonus damage. How often are you going to be able to do this? On Mei of all heroes, kind of hard, but ice walling them as they're approaching is a great way of doing it, just like how I did it the other day to that Anduin. So, yeah, ice wall is a very creative ability. I will say you can use this in an infinite number of ways. If you've been missing them, that's perfectly fine. Just feel comfortable putting it up as a wall, whether you're engaging or disengaging, or you have a feeling that the fight is about to turn positively towards you, so you can lock them down before they start to scurry away, because sometimes the heroes very narrowly get past the wall before it forms up. But even then, you might hit them in the center, so it's all good.
Don't be afraid to just rip this ult. It's 60 seconds. It is not as punishing as Avalanche on a 90-second cooldown.
That's also another huge boon on why Ice Wall is a lot more viable than Avalanche. 60, 90-second duration might not seem much to you, but it's a big difference. 60 seconds is every skirmish, because once you score a pick, you're going to be able to use the 60 seconds to do whatever it is you want on the map. And by the time the enemy respawns and rejoins their team, you're going to have it ready again. 90 seconds, that's not the case. Even in the worst case scenario of a late game death timer of 70 seconds, it's still not enough to have it ready to go. So yeah, you're gonna have this every skirmish, every objective, it's ready to go. Use it frequently so that you gain practice with it. And every failed ice wall, quote unquote, is gonna give you a little bit of a boost for the next ice wall, so that you build that skill a little bit. And who knows, at some point you might get good at it quicker than you think, and suddenly it becomes a very oppressive ability.
And if you're feeling like you're constantly missing your ice walls, do not feel discouraged. Just hang in there till 16. It will guarantee your ice walls. You will feel amazing about it.
Amazing. Very good. I love it. Great tip. And honestly, like both Avalanche and Ice Wall, they benefit a lot from level 4, level 7, level 16 talents. So keep those in mind. Synergize a little bit with your talents, because they can actually make your heroics better, which is not something you see very often, but it's very important to keep in mind. What else? There's a lot of things you could do with Ice Wall. One thing to keep in mind is, since Mei is a modern hero by HotS standards, her ice wall doesn't have like a fat hitbox. So if there's a tiny gap between the wall, a natural wall, and your ice wall, the enemy team can probably squeeze through it. So if you can, take an extra half second to make sure the ice wall fully forms across the entire area, so that you make sure they don't squeeze through.
Yeah, it's a little irritating when you cast and you're like, oh, my bad. I guess you were small enough to just wiggle your way out.
Dude, it sucks big time, unless Diablo plugs it up like the big guy. If you do fail in like plugging them off, you can put your own body in as well, and then you complete the ice wall. Maybe you put up a trait as well, and you're unstoppable, so you can't be shoved off of that little plug. So you're part of the wall now.
Yes, I have done that before, where I blocked off the enemy team and I messed up my own ice wall and left a little spot for them to get through, and so I E'd myself through a W down and cast my trait.
Oh, that's perfect.
So yeah, you can be part of your own ice wall and do some funny stuff with it.
Hell yeah. That's great. Let's see. Another tip. The 75% debilitating slow is actually pretty strong. If you manage to catch a number of heroes, and you know they don't have dashes, or you know they don't have mobility tools in general, because it's like a Kelvins, it's not something they have in their ability kit, you can let the slow kind of run its course and then have a delayed blizzard afterwards. Say, for example, you put up a bunch of heroes. Instead of you dropping the blizzard like right away, as soon as like the last icicle starts forming, just like Zenroth recommends, you can instead maybe do it like halfway duration. Therefore, you're gaining the maximum bonus of the 75% slow, and then it decays down to like 50%, and then blizzard pops. This way, you maximize the pain. You slow them for, you stun them for 3 seconds, first off. Then you slow them significantly for 1.5 seconds, and then you stun them for 1.25 seconds. That is a massive amount of CC. So if your heroes need additional time to set up their things, like especially a Hanzo Dragon Strike where it is agonizingly slow, this is a effective way on keeping them locked down longer. Of course,
the slow is very debilitating.
Yeah. Another one thing you do have to worry a lot though is this tip obviously does not work against heroes that do have mobility, because if you time out the blizzard a little bit too far from when the ice wall formed, then they're just gonna dash out of it as soon as they're free. So how quickly you choose the blizzard is up to the mobility tools of the targets that you have encased. So keep that in mind, and you'll score a lot more value from this ability. Alrighty, and I've got no more to say about Ice Wall. Do you, Mr. Zenroth?
No, I don't think so. I think that for the most part pretty much covers everything. As we keep talking about Mei and how most of her abilities are budget versions of other heroes, this is the budget VP Zeratul version.
Oh no, No, dude.
It is what it
Oh,
is, man.
yeah.
Budget.
It really is, dude. Sometimes it's better than Void Prison, I'm not gonna lie. So I think this might be Mei's legitimately first good ability.
Yep, I would agree.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want more success with Mei, I would probably steer clear of Avalanche unless you have a specific combo in mind, or you're really just in there for some fun. You know, it's not a serious game. Feel free to do Avalanche. Otherwise, Ice Wall, super viable ultimate. You're gonna be picking this in serious games. You're gonna be picking this in fun games. Whatever you feel like, really. They're both strong combo setup piecers. I think Ice Wall is a little bit more comfortable for me, which is why I pick it.
I have played Ice Wall in NGS, and it has definitely turned the tide on a couple team fights. So I would definitely say it sets us up better than Avalanche would have.
Absolutely. Because with Ice Wall, like, you have the option of being neutral. With Avalanche, you have to get into the enemy's backline, and this requires probably you to spend abilities and stuff like that. Sometimes, like, if you see a fight develop in a certain way, you can use the Ice Wall immediately. You don't need to set up the Avalanche for yourself, and you could just you could use Ice Wall defensively. You could use it offensively. If you're holding the front line and you have to hold on to your abilities because you don't know what happens next, you could just use the Ice Wall. You can't really do that with Avalanche. You have to slide behind them and then use Avalanche, and even then, maybe at most you get one person.
Also, a lot more awkward when you just decide to rip the Avalanche and you miss everyone, and then the whole thing. Everyone's staring at you like, "Hey, man, we just saw you miss that."
Oh, that is painfully true too. Just kill me. I won't even use my trait. How's that? With Ice Wall, if you use Ice Wall, you're like, oh, space created. Nobody walks through here. I got it.
Yep, zoning ult. The definition of a zoning ult.
Yeah. Oh, and one last thing. Why not? Ice Wall also, I think Mei works well with mages. I have some friends that disagree. Because of the way her heroics are set up, like, it is very good setup piecers. Ice Wall can narrow a battlefield significantly. So if you want to do a mid-combat Ice Wall where you're not planning on, if it's too hectic to land the stun and it's too dicey to see which way the enemy team is going to roll out, so it's not certain if a wall is going to help out, feel free to just narrow the fight a little bit so that they're more susceptible to area of effect damage. And this is something your mages will take advantage. Like, the difference between a wide open field and a slightly more contained field. Like, for example, I've learned this on Haunted Mines. There's this little rock that's right by the siege giants. That changes the dynamic of the fighting area significantly, even though it's a tiny ass rock. So I've come to think about it like, hey, what if I artificially generate terrain to, force the enemies to corral a little bit more in a slightly more tight-knit space? This is something Ice Wall can also do. And then your mages will have more effective abilities when they're splashing onto multiple enemies.
Yeah, I would say mages work perfectly fine with Mei. I mean, looking at every mage, like Jaina, KT, Orphea, KTZ, Chromie. I mean, if you get your Ice Wall, like if you hit people in Ice Wall, you set them up with your combo for Blizzard. Like, I mean, the mages just get to have a field day.
And sometimes they need that extra second to get into position, and then another second to let the abilities rip. So the prolonged CC is very valuable. Plus, if you hit multiple enemy heroes, let's not talk about the results of that.
Yeah. Multiple heroes is devastating for them.
Big time. Well, I think this is my final goodbye to Ice Wall for the time being. Time for talents? ?
I think it's a great time for talents.
Excellent. Starting with level 1. We're most certainly starting with the last piece you want to pick up. This year's Heavy Pack. Increases the duration of your Snowblind slow by 1.5 seconds. Not the duration of the blind, just the slow portion of it. And then each time Blizzard damages an enemy hero, reduce the cooldown of the Snowblind by 0.5 seconds and gain 3 mana. I think heavy pack is tremendously underwhelming, and the faster I found that out, the higher success I have with Mei, because frankly, I think the snowball is the least important ability of base arsenal. It's a tiny slow. It does blinding, and the blinding is great, but you don't really care about the slow so much. You care more about the blind. So oftentimes, you kind of have to reserve it and then use it exclusively for the blind. So, and if something like that happens, you're not using the second half of it where the cooldown is being refunded by the fact that your blizzard is being let rip. So, yeah, this is it's very awkward. Zenroth, what's your thoughts?
I straight up don't like this talent. Like it. If you're looking at all of her level ones and this is the one you're like, yeah, I gotta go with this one, man. I don't know. You pick it up if you're having fun, I guess. She if it increased the duration of the blind, I would say it has much more value to it.
Totally.
But it doesn't. So therefore, I am inclined to say this is not pickable.
That is fair. I think, yeah, there's a lot of instances where Mei does have like a routine combo where she wants to use her abilities in a certain way, but maybe 80% of the time you want to use your Blizzard and then you want to use your Skating. And then the Snowball is not part of that combo, which means if you land the ability combo, you're not getting the cooldown reduction, which is pretty decent. Every time the Blizzard damages any enemy hero, that is like, I don't know, was it 4 times per second? And then times the number of heroes. So, yeah, it really can refresh the cooldown of your Q almost instantly if you land a decent Blizzard. But, yeah, it forces you to use your Q first. And a lot of times you don't want to use your Q. You have to save it. Because what if your Blizzard doesn't work out? And then now you got your pants down. You're starting to get right-clicked by the enemy Vala. Whoop-de-doo. You got no snowball to help you out in that regard. I think it's better used as a peeling tool for a perfectly timed blind rather than a slow, but obviously the slow will come in handy when you see it. The slow duration really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Mei has too much slowing in her kit that you're going to use the initial second and a half of the slowing, and then the rest of your abilities come through. They're going to get overlapped significantly, and you're not going to feel the extra duration.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever ran into a situation where I was like, man, I really wish my snowball just had a 1.5 second more slow on it.
Nope. I haven't had that thought either. But you will have these thoughts about your other talents on this tier because they're very powerful, and if you miss out on them, your capabilities as a hero just drop dramatically. Plus, it's a skill shot, so what if you miss?
Yep.
Yeah. Heavy pack is not the way to go. If this was read 2 charges of blind, I think this would be a great option, but it's not. So you need to wait until like level 16 before heavy pack becomes decent, where a second charge tremendously helps out the usage of heavy pack, so that you don't waste the. It's very possible you waste both aspects of the talent, and you really can't afford yourself to think about heavy pack. You need to have the rest of your abilities ready to go on a whim, no strings attached, because Mei sometimes requires you to play heads up. It's great if you start the fight on your terms and you can use your abilities however way you like, but her biggest weakness is when a fight turns on her and she needs to use her abilities in a disjointed manner. And this is her highest likelihood of failure. Heavy pack just does not help you with that.
No, there is a snowball build, but I just do not think that prioritizing your snowball over your other talents is worth it.
I totally agree. There might be, I think, funnily enough, I think this is the worst of the snowball talents, which is kind of funny. If you picked up the rest, they're better in like one-offs. But yeah, I think her snowball build is the least powerful. So for me, I would recommend do not go down snowball build if you want a taste of Mei's true power.
Yeah, I agree. I think her snowball build would be perfectly fine if it increased the duration of the blind. I think that would make it way more viable to go down that route, especially against a heavy auto attack team.
I do agree. Mhm. Without further ado, I think we're pretty aligned on this. I will be moving on to Ice Storm, or forever keep your peace. Ice Storm. Every third hit of Blizzard against enemy heroes deals an additional 42 damage. If I'm not mistaken, this is... Yes. So essentially, every 3 ticks, the third tick is going to deal triple damage onto enemy heroes, which is really good. And there's 10 ticks, so you can maximally use this 3 times. So that is a bonus 132 damage from level 1. Pretty good. And not only that, Blizzard Explosion is multiplied by 2.5 times against all enemies, minions, mercenaries, monsters, and heroes. So the first half is against heroes strictly, and then the second half is against everything. This gives your Blizzard a shocking amount of damage, and you give Mei a lot of kill pressure if you manage to catch a hero and put them into the Ice Storm, especially if it's a full duration Ice Storm. That thing's pretty nasty. Zenroth, I know this is your favorite talent on the tier. Please tell us more about it.
I really enjoy this talent. I think especially for tanks in general, not a lot of them have extremely hard-hitting abilities. And this is a sleeper for damage. It's you catch somebody in that combo, and the explosion goes off, and they get caught in it. It does a shocking amount of damage that not anyone really expects, and they're like, "Oh, wow, that just chucked my health." And if you've got other heroes hitting them, it definitely sets up the kill potential a lot faster, especially in the early game.
Big time.
And
in the early
also,
game,
you will find yourself. No, I was gonna say you find yourself. It does help, especially against minions and whatnot. So from time to time, when you have to clear waves, very, very helpful for doing that.
Absolutely. That's exactly where I was leading to. The bonus damage you get off of this is very valuable in the early game where you're clearing minion waves, because it's at this point of the game where you have to get as much XP as possible, and usually the tank doesn't do the job because frankly their abilities don't do enough, and 2, they have bigger responsibilities on the map. But sometimes they have free time, but they can't really use it. Like how should I say this? If a Diablo goes to soak a minion wave, it feels so disappointing. But you're a lot happier doing it on someone like Stitches or Joanna because they do have good Waveclear, so it's a productive use of their time. Mei has no Waveclear. I mean, her abilities are kind of okay, but you'll spend up all of your mana if you do so. But Ice Storm is a very good Waveclear tool, and you're going to use this the whole game through, and it's very valuable for like macro-wise.
Yeah, it very much helps, and especially with paired with certain talents later on, you'll get some of your mana back, and it won't feel as punishing just to rip your W on a minion wave just to clear it.
Yeah, we'll say the damage potential from the talents is also really, really good, just like you said. Mei is probably rock bottom in terms of tank damage. If you had to rank the tanks by the amount of damage they deal, I think Mei is probably the bottom 2, maybe last, I dare say. Ice Storm suddenly gives her her W 300 bonus damage from the start of the game. And this kill pressure doesn't really let up at any point in the game, and you just have a big nuke all of a sudden, which is pretty cool. So yeah, Ice Storm is pretty decent.
Yeah, when you're looking at talents as a whole and how they affect the rest of the game, you will never lose value off of this talent. It stays permanent from 1 to 20.
Exactly. It's great against heroes, it's great against minion waves, and that's all you're doing the whole game, really.
Yeah.
Totally. Ever since we had a discussion about Mei, I started taking Ice Storm more often, and I will comfortably tell you I like it more as of late. So thank you for the advice. I'd say I'm picking Ice Storm maybe 50-50 of games. It depends on Mei's role in the team. If you identify that the team has lackluster soaking, lackluster Waveclear, Ice Storm is a great way of bridging that gap. So if your team is very combat oriented, which Mei excels at, however, she's kind of weak in the macro, in the sense of macro, this is one way of bringing it back in.
Yep. I'd definitely say it would help round out that team that doesn't have as much wave clear. And it's nice because you're allowed to fight in minion waves. Because you'll basically get a 2-for-1. You'll deal damage and you'll clear waves very easily.
Exactly. You'll be kind of a lot of people like undervalue macro macro talents. I think they're very good, and the higher you go in MMR, the more opportunities you understand the macro game so that you can take advantage of it, and then the more the enemy team has to respect the macro game. Because if you've got minion waves pushing up adjacent lanes to the objective, they might just forfeit the objective altogether, and that's because of Ice Storm, because you were working on it 30 seconds prior. So yeah. Quite solid. I don't really have any more tips to go about Ice Storm. It's a pretty straightforward ability. Both parts are great. You're going to feature them a lot. You're not going to be changing up how you use your Blizzard. You're just going to be using it on to minion waves, liberally now, and that's a good thing because it's good value.
Yeah. I would also say, if you're comboing this with like something like Ice Wall, for example, you won't get the previous ticks if you're trying to get the explosion damage, but the thing is you will get that explosion damage, which kind of makes up for a lot of the damage that you would have missed regardless.
That is true. Plus, this also lets you do the prolonged suffering thing I was talking about. So if you trap somebody, they have no mobility. If it's especially one hero and they're dead center, feel free to just drop the Blizzard right in the middle. It's gonna do maximum damage, which is absolutely vicious.
Yeah, another great addition to the zoning capabilities, because some people will just try to sludge through the Blizzard and just take some of the damage.
Yeah.
This will very much punish that.
Big time. That's actually kind of true. I don't think the enemies, in my experience, I don't think they respect it enough to actually fear the Blizzard. They naturally fear it. I don't think Ice Storm does anything more to make them avoid it at all costs. But yeah, it's true. It's true. Unless you're Zenroth here, who knows exactly how strong Ice Storm is, so you avoid it twice as often when he's on the enemy team. Like the 5 Mei players here.
Hey, if you want to walk through it, be my guest. That's a large chunk of health you're losing. Absolutely.
Yeah, Ice Storm is great. So this is a very good talent. Feel free to pick it up, especially on games where macro is more important. Infernal Shrines, Brax's holdouts, especially. These maps have a lot of Tomb of the Spider Queen. These maps have a lot of monsters, and you're going to need additional Waveclear to handle the map appropriately. This is a great pickup. Moving on to Heat Transfer. Basic attacks against stunned, rooted, or slowed heroes deal 33% more damage. Pretty good boost. Each time Mei stuns or slows an enemy hero, she heals for 16 health. Now, when people look at Heat Transfer, they see the little icon for the sword, and they're like, okay, so it's a right-click talent. Well, technically, yes. But I don't pick up Heat Transfer because I like the clicking. I certainly do like the clicking, but the healing, man. Dude, the healing is crazy good. You're not gonna, expect this, but when you drop your W, you're hitting maybe 2 to 3 heroes, and then maybe they each take 5 ticks of the Blizzard. Who knows? Maybe one of them gets stunned properly, so that's +5 on that one hero. So that is effectively 16 ticks that you got out of one ability. 16 times 16, what's that? 256 health. You just got 256 health for free from a level 1 talent. And that's just one ability. If you hit multiple heroes with your Q, with your E, it's all gaining you back bonus health. So this is a stat booster through and through. And Heat Transfer makes Mei a substantially better tank in terms of numbers. She's got great CC. Her numbers are bad though. She's sometimes squishy, and she's sometimes, a lot of times she does no damage whatsoever. Heat Transfer gives you a little bit of kill pressure, where by improving your right-click damage, you can toss a snowball onto the enemy front line, and you can just right-click them down. I mean, they're probably not going to die, but they're going to respect you more, and they're going to concede a little bit more ground. and you do that at minimal cost. You're not expending your high cooldown abilities. You're just tossing a snowball, and you're just right-clicking them, and that's enough to get them away from you, which is pretty good. Pretty good. What do you think about heat transfer?
This is also the other one that you would absolutely not feel punished taking. This is good 1 through 20. I mean, you're able to self-sustain yourself a little better, especially just say so happen you get tossed by a garage. You can throw down a W. They're all coming towards you. You got slows ticking. You're getting some health back. Not guaranteed that you're going to live, but it will help that survival rate.
Yeah. And if you do it on a whole team, like the amount of healing you get off of Blizzard, like you could get 700 healing out of nowhere at level 1, which is kind of absurd. And this scales throughout the game, so the healing goes up, and not only that, there's future talents that introduce additional forms of slowing and abilities for Mei, which means this activates even more often. So yeah, do not sleep on the healing portion. That's what this talent is really good about.
Yeah, I think think some people will look at the talent and think it's all off of auto attacks is what this ability is all about.
Yeah.
And really, it absolutely has nothing to do with the auto attack damage. It's just the self-sustain that you're able to get.
Yeah. But there is a way to convert your right clicks into healing with heat transfer later on, and more on that later. Zenroth, I got a confession to make. I thought heat transfer, first it dealt bonus damage, and then B, I would heal off of my right clicks. I didn't realize it was all stuns or all slows. And me being the colossal dumbass that I was still picking it and making it work. I just somehow didn't notice the healing.
You're like, damn, my basic attacks do so much healing, man. I think it happens to all of us. We're HotS players, so we don't read, man.
Yeah, we don't read. That's why
we see the first portion and we're like, oh, nice.
That's why I'm making the series. You don't have to read; you just listen in. That's all you need.
Yep.
Oh my god! But yeah, like as soon as I noticed it, I'm like, wait a minute, where is that coming from? And then I read the talent, I'm like, holy smokes! Yeah. And heat transfer got way better in my mind than I thought it ever was. So yeah, I'm totally camp heat transfer. I pick this more often than not. Generally speaking, the macro of the team is already well dealt with, and there is no need for Ice Storm. Or I just need more numbers. Like say the enemy team has just bigger numbers. Joanna, especially Vala, Rhaegar, Sylvanas. These heroes sport high mobility, high damage, high health. Mei's going to feel a little small if you compare her to those heroes. So heat transfer is a good way of bumping up your stats so that you can stay on the front line or survive longer, which is very important.
Another thing to note about heat transfer is it does actually, you can feel the damage against squishies, like against a Tracer or even a Zeratul. Like you can see the damage coming out. If they're hanging out in the back line too long, you land a snowball on them somehow.
Yeah,
but
it's true. It's true.
But if you auto attack them while they're slowed or anything, you can definitely see the damage coming out from it.
Absolutely. Like, don't underestimate. Given enough time, Mei will eventually melt you.
I see what you did there.
Hey, blame the hero. She's got this whimsy about her. I tremendously appreciate it, so I'm gonna lean into it every opportunity I get.
Yeah, I can respect that.
Yeah. So yeah, without this talent, your right clicks totally worthless. Not even worth it. With this talent, okay, maybe they're kind of good, but just narrowly.
Yep. So, yeah, your right clicks are whatever without this talent, and they mean more as the game goes on with this talent.
I do agree. As an overview for level 1, you almost never pick up Heavy Pack unless somehow there are so many right clickers on the enemy team or such heroes that will suffer from blinds. Like you got Butcher, Imperious, Phoenix combo for some reason. Yeah, I say like getting more Qs actually might be a win condition. It's a little bit tricky because even if you got really good Qs, you still need to be good at landing them right before the damage comes through, and sometimes you might be just a nanosecond too late, and that kind of unpredictability makes it less good than it should be. But there is one case for it, and that's if there's lots and lots and lots of right clicks. Only then is Heavy Pack any good. Otherwise, Ice Storm, great for heroes, great for wave clearing. It is damage associated with your abilities, so if the enemy team has lots of ability, I would not recommend Ice Storm because it might be a little bit too difficult to score the damage from it if you're fighting lots of Tracers or Genjis. I think Heat Transfer might serve you a little bit better as an all-rounder passive that's always in effect, and in cases where you just need more numbers. Thoughts about this?
I would definitely agree. I would also say sometimes it's also okay to take this, even if they have heroes like that. If you have, like, say, an Alarak on your team,
yeah,
who can just kind of shove them back into the blizzard, and they take all that damage again. Like,
big time.
It feels so good.
It really does. There's a lot of well, there's not a lot of heroes. There's actually kind of like a limited amount of heroes, but the heroes that do carry their own crowd control, relatively reliable, are pretty good with Mei. I'm gonna table this stuff for later, as it's something we're gonna talk about during the synergy section if we get there. And yeah, I got no more to say.
Nope, that's pretty much it. Take Heavy Pack almost never. Take Ice Storm. Take Heat Transfer.
Have it. Exactly what he said. Level 4. Once more, we're starting with the Q talent, and I think it's, again, the weakest in its tier. Slush Ball. Snowblind deals 75% increased damage. Baseline, this applies to everything. It doesn't just have to be onto structures. And then, second clause, if structures are hit by this, they get disabled for 3 seconds. Decent talents. Like, honestly, I wouldn't mind Slush Ball. Though I think it struggles too much in terms of opportunity cost when compared to your other talents here. So because of that, I don't really pick up Slush Ball too often. There's the second point in that nowadays the way forts behave is different. They no longer prioritize heroes that there's no more call for help and prioritize heroes that are attacking heroes underneath their range. So they just keep hitting the minion wave, which is whatever. During those days, Slush Ball was a very effective diving tool where you could freely dive underneath a fort. If you reached the maximum armor shred of 20, you drop the Slush Ball, and then you continue diving. And then hopefully you get the kill, and the targeting will reset back onto the minions. You're perfectly fine. Great diving tool. This is no longer the case, and because of that, it's weaker in that regard. What do you think about Slush Ball?
I agree with how it was with the tower changes. It used to feel really good to at least shut the fort off to potentially secure a kill. But again, now, even still, compared to the other two talents, I just don't feel justified in taking it.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. Maybe there's an edge case where you use this onto the fallback towers and the keeps towers where they shred armor as well. Those are actually pretty dangerous. However, fallback towers, like, okay, the fallback tower is actually really goated. I'm not gonna lie, this thing actually kicks ass. The problem is, like, you could just choose not to interact with the fallback tower. So Slush Ball completely loses all value in that regard. It's good for sieging, but there was a great point you told me. This talent does nothing if you never hit the forts. There might be a case where you're behind in the game, and you may never have an advantageous situation where you're able to assault a fort. And at that point, Slush Ball truly does nothing, because if you can't find a fort to toss this on, you have no level 4.
And also, while that also is 100% true, it just feels bad in team fights because you don't have a level 4. Like, okay, yeah. You could say the 75% extra damage on Q. That's not going to change any outcome of a team fight. And if it does, that's a team diff. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Like, what is that? 75% bonus damage? 70 damage? Okay, I could do them. It's 56. So 56 damage on the on a tier like okay, so we look at Ice Storm. That's plus 300 damage on level 1. Level 4, 56. I mean, it's very obvious that you don't pick this up for the damage, but regardless, there's a lot going against Slush Ball. I think on another hero, this would be a really good talent. It's just, I think it's awkward on the timing because we're going to explain why. Without further ado, let's go into Cold Front and Crystallize on why Slush Ball kind of pales in comparison. So, Cold Front. Reduce the cooldown of your E by 3 seconds. Period. No conditions, no strings attached. You just have a 3-second shorter cooldown on your E, which is probably her best basic ability. Then, if Mei enters her own Blizzard with the skating at any point during the Blizzard's duration, you will shave off another 5 seconds off of your E, and you regain 80 mana. So you chop a 14-second cooldown ability down to 6 seconds. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you. Zenroth, take the floor here whilst I think.
it's very good. It's actually my go-to almost every single time, unless the team has heavy spell damage, which we'll discuss here in a second.
I back you up.
But it feels really good. You throw your W down, you E through it, try to get your combo, guaranteed mana back. Your E's coming back much faster. You can potentially get out of danger quicker. Yeah, you just get more mobility, like faster casts on your mobility skill. We love mobility in this game.
Yeah, mobility.
So
if CC is king, mobility is queen.
Yep. And also, this is the talent that will help you kind of stabilize your mana when wave clearing if you need to do that.
Very important. Because it's kind of interesting. You gain any 80 mana back, and both of your W and E, they cost 70 mana. So in fact, if you use both abilities, you rebate more mana than if you were to just use one, which is a big deal.
Yeah, so always you actually, oddly enough, WE the minion waves. It's weird, but it's important.
Exactly. And so in a way, Cold Front gives you back more mana, and it gives you bonus damage onto minion waves. So it's a wave clear tool, it's a mobility tool. A lot of times in team fights, like Cold Front does so much. You're going to do your initial WE combo, all that's nice. Maybe you're taking focus fire because you just dove deep into the enemy team, you press your trait. Well, guess what? You got your skating ready to go again. And you have complete freedom on how you want to use it. You're not tied to your W, so you can use Cold Front to get you a second E into the enemy team, or you use your E to escape. So you have a very flexible palette of choices with Cold Front, which is really, really good.
Yeah, and also having that E be reduced so much going into later talents, it becomes very good having a lower cooldown on that.
Exactly. There are some, both level 7 and 16 feature E talents, they're both excellent, and Cold Front gives you more of that. Plus, there's another thing. From a new player's perspective, Cold Front is wonderful because anything that gives you cooldown reduction, and especially something that gives you mana alleviation at the same time, which is just a boon on top of this, Cold Front lets you practice your slides a lot more frequently because you're literally casting them twice as often in a match. You're going to be gaining twice as much experience with how the skating works because it's kind of a weird ability, and you need a little bit of practice to really nail it down into some vile combos. So the more often you have Cold Front, the more often you have the skating because of Cold Front, the better you're going to get as a Mei player. And it's the learning process is going to ramp up, and it's more fun. It's way more fun than Slush Ball.
100% agree. Oh, why would you take Slush Ball when you can just skate?
Exactly. The thing is, like, Slush Ball does absolutely nothing in a team fight scenario. Maybe it does a little bit into like sieging scenarios. Cold Front turns you into a team fight monstrosity because your skate is not only your mobility, it's also a source of your 70% slow, and that's her best slow, with the exception for heroics. Just having that, a second skate by itself is very viable. It just works with Blizzard, but a skate by itself is totally viable. So getting a second one almost for free is wonderful.
I 100% agree.
There we have it. So yeah, you pick Cold Front. If you want to have a good game on Mei, you pick Cold Front. I love it. Zenroth loves it. You're gonna love it. Promise.
It'll make her feel better. Honestly, it definitely helps with the cooldowns and allowing you to potentially be able to do more in the game.
Yeah, in multiple dimensions. Now let's talk about Crystallize. As much as we love Cold Front because it's a very proactive tool and it makes what she wants to do just substantially better, there is a case to be made about Crystallize. First, reduce the cooldown of your trait by 10 seconds. 40 to 30 seconds, that's a big deal. 25% is no joke. And you gain 40 spell armor whilst it is active, and for a 1 second buffer duration right afterwards. Crystallize turns Mei into an unkillable piece for a mage. Because not only are you dealing with the health bar of a tank, which is like 2,500 health at level 1, you're adding on an additional 1,100 health because of the shield. And if the shield, wasn't used, you still get healed for that amount, regardless. So you're effectively looking at a 3,600 health target with 40 spell armor. And 40 spell armor means you have 6% more health, which means you're looking at about 5.5 grand worth of health against pure magic damage from level 1. You can't even pick Crystallize at level 1. So at level 4, it's like maybe 6,000 health you're looking at. It's bonkers. If you go in and you feel like you're getting blown up quickly, and you identify that the source of a significant portion of that damage is because of magic damage, Crystallize is a fantastic option to completely turn yourself invulnerable. And oftentimes it might even be better than invulnerable. Like, if you're baiting the enemy team into using abilities onto you and you just shrug off the damage like it's nothing, it's like a better ice block. They're spending their cooldowns and you don't care. In one form or another. Zenroth, what do you think?
Yeah, I really like this talent, especially because it reduces your D by 10 seconds. I mean, every 30 seconds you have a potential, get out of jail free card. It feels really good. The spell armor, very nice. You don't have to feel so punished to press it to block incoming spell damage. Especially if the enemy has a KTZ, you don't have to really worry about it because it's going to be doing almost no damage to you.
Exactly. It's kind of shocking how much survivability you get out of this one talent. I was also underestimating the cooldown reduction portion. This is actually very good. In a team fight scenario, you can cast an ability twice if it's 30 seconds. That is actually a very reasonable timeline. So you might get 2 traits off in a single fight, which is great. Plus, 30-second cooldown is amazing for out-of-combat sustain, because your trait actually does a lot of healing, and you can save resources on your healer by patching yourself up, and you don't need as much attention. And Crystallize helps you in the health sustain department as well.
Yeah, being able to heal yourself your healer will thank you.
Yeah, if you got a bright wing, they might see a way to another hero. And if you're down low health, like it's kind of tough. But with Crystallize, you just freely use your trait for healing. You don't even care because you're gonna have it again. The 10-second cooldown reduction is pretty meaningful.
Yeah. Yeah, either Crystallize or Cold Front, either one of these feels really good.
Yeah, I will say there is one big opportunity cost with Crystallize, and obviously you're not going to have as many skates. That's a big downside, so your kill pressure effectively gets halved. But another really bad part is you're missing out on the mana refund portion. Mei with Crystallize or Slush Ball are mana hungry ladies, and a Cold Front Mei does not care. Like, she's got plenty of gas to go all the way. But if you pick up Crystallize, you're going to be hurting for mana. Not for health, but hurting for mana. And for a tank, she is useless without mana.
That's another good point, because chances are if the team fight went on long enough for you to cast Crystallize twice, You're probably empty on mana anyway.
Yeah. That's actually so true. Damn. Yeah.
You're probably on E and should just leave anyway. But
Yeah.
you know, sometimes maybe your autos can help secure that team fight, and you just needed the health.
Mm-hmm. That is true. So yeah, keep that in mind. Because of that reason, that single-handedly like lowers my pick rate for Crystallize by 20%. So in reality, my talent choice on level 4, 70% of the time I pick up Cold Front, even into teams with lots of mages. I still think Cold Front is very good because at the end of the day, it's more CC and it's more mobility and it's more mana. And these are important factors for a tank to operate efficiently on the field. Otherwise, crystallize the remainder 30%. Like if the enemy team literally has no way to deal with you, and you have a crystallize put up, you literally cannot die with it active. So it just removes any amount of threat to you. Plus, it synergizes with future talents just like Cold Front.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you pick one or another, absolutely no shame to it. It is totally viable. Just keep in mind, just pay close attention to, am I really getting this much value from the talent? If yes, keep picking. If no, reconsider. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, Crystallize is a situational talent, in my opinion. If they're heavy mages, Crystallize is probably going to be your go-to. Otherwise, you're more likely than not going to take Cold Front.
Yeah. I totally agree with that, friend. Any last words about level 4?
Nope. Nope. I think that's going to cover level 4.
Fair enough. So that's why Slush Ball is bad. 56 damage, or you literally have twice as many skates, or you're invincible. Call it. Which way, Western man?
Yep. Yeah. Which one are you going to go there?
Yeah. Alrighty, level 7 time. Induce Hibernation. Blizzard reduces the damage dealt by enemy heroes within its area by 40%. If it ends and they're still in the radius where they got stunned, they'll get this effect for another 4 seconds afterwards. On paper, this kind of looks pretty good. In practice, it's kind of okay. The problem with this is people just run away from Blizzard. Like if they're stuck in it, they're not gonna stand still in it. They're gonna be getting out of it as soon as they can. So somebody, you don't just drop a Blizzard, boom, you got 3 people stunned. That just doesn't happen. What actually happens is you go in, 2 people get out, and the third person, they only get stunned because you skated them back in. So in this hibernation, at most, is going to be affecting maybe 1 target, and it might be the 1 target you're killing, regardless. What do you think, Zenroth?
Honestly, I think this is a dead talent. It's counterproductive because you're CCing the target anyway. Sure, yes, they have reduced damage, and especially for 4 seconds afterwards, right? But the problem is right out of a blizzard, nobody's typically fighting. Not on their side. They're trying to reposition and get out. So by the time, if somehow, some way they live, their damage isn't even coming back through, like, for another potentially longer than 4 seconds. So
exactly.
Yeah. I just can't justify ever taking this.
Yeah. There is one case, Mei can kind of become like a budget URL, where she becomes a supreme mercenary camp controller, where everybody's going to be dogpiling a point when it gets left up for grabs. So Induce Hibernation is a killer talent for that scenario. But again, there's a second problem that maybe it's not anybody that's damage dealing that's on the point. Maybe it's the tank, and the tank doesn't care if they have their damage shredded by 40%, So it's good in that regard, but there are very, very, very few heroes that are so still, but deal damage as well. Actually, hold on. Sergeant Hammer, Zul'jin with Hazdingo. Yeah, those are the only immobile damage dealers really that might suffer a lot from an induced hibernation. But even then, it's very dodgy whether or not it's actually getting enough value. I think this talent will be better if for every second, like every quarter of a second that they're in the blizzard, you accumulate duration on the induced hibernation. So long as they're in it, they lose their damage, obviously, but you're also incrementing this timer. So when they leave blizzard at any points, however long they were in the blizzard, they get that many seconds of reduced damage. I think that would be a better effect.
Yeah, I think if the duration was much longer on it and actually felt good, after the blizzard ended and they repositioned, if they were still alive.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of that's the hard argument there, right? Is like, well, we're reducing the damage of the person we're trying to kill. So
yeah.
It's like
sometimes it really does nothing if you kill them.
Yeah, so it's like, well, where was the value in that if you already killed them? I mean, not like they were fighting for their life in the blizzard. So
exactly. I will say, I proposed my idea because it kind of makes sense. Hey, like you're literally chilling them. They're getting colder. They're getting frostbite. So wouldn't you feel a lingering effect as you leave it? That's how I think of it.
Yeah.
And it's very much a knife's edge. You're in the blizzard or you're not. And that is the whole talent. If you're in it, you lose your damage and you get stunned. If you're out of it, just by half a second before it pops, you suffer no induced hibernation debuff, which is very painful.
And also to the point of, like if they had a Sergeant Hammer or a Zul'jin, the next talent actually, in my opinion, is way better in that regards anyway.
So yeah, that's induced hibernation. Maybe it's better with Ice Wall because you can guarantee the blizzard, and at that point, the value could be there. But I still wouldn't recommend it. Really, it's kind of hard. It's a no talent. It's like it's almost nothing until maybe you hit the Ice Wall. So and putting all of your eggs on a talent here so that it does no value until a very, very, very specific condition gets landed, and it has to be a miracle condition as well, which is landing multiple targets. Induced hibernation is not very good. And that's my opinion.
Yeah, if you're just landing it on one, again, just one target, it's counterproductive because it's like you're trying to kill that target.
Exactly.
You don't care about the damage coming out from them.
Yeah, that's how it is. Without further ado, let's go into skating away. When the icing ends, when you finish your skating, Mei and all nearby allied heroes within, I think the radii is the same. 1 second. Mei and all nearby allied heroes gain 20% movement speed and 50 physical armor for 3 seconds. I think the radius in which you apply the buffs is the same as which you slow enemy heroes. So anybody in your like tiny little circle that shows when you're skating, they're the ones that will get the skating away bonuses. I think.
Yep, that's correct.
Cool. So yeah, to continue your point about the Sergeant Hammer and the the Sergeant Hammer and the Zul'jin example, 50 physical armor, brother. Dude, this thing's crazy. Skating away is actually so goated. Like every time I'm like, there are obvious situations where this is really good, and you pick it in those situations. And well, guess what? Even if you don't pick it in ideal, like in an ideal environment, it still gives you a lot of value. You just feel it, and it's like, wow, this is great. I love this talent. Zenroth, would you like to elaborate on it before I do?
This is another talent that I'm like, it's a 1 through 20 talent, man. Like, you will always get the benefits from this. Like, even if the enemy team isn't so heavy on Fizz armor, that's fine. Yeah. That movement speed is so nice, especially because you're pairing it with Cold Front at level 4, so you have a reduced cooldown on your E. You get quite a bit movement speed. If you're hitting, like you got melee heroes with you, like you go in with your E, you give them movement speed and Fizz armor, which already is nice.
Yeah,
they're slowed. It's wonderful. I love this talent.
The value is actually supreme. I will have to tell you, like, this thing is probably Mei is great at peeling, but this is probably the ultimate peel tool. Like in Illidan jumps my Kel'Thuzad, I skate backwards. It is the biggest value in the universe. I shove the person that is on top of my allied hero away. I slow them by 70%. And then I boost my own and my teammates' speed by 20%, in which they had no sources of movement speed. So that's a big difference. And then you give them physical armor, so they don't die to follow-up damage. It is crazy at disengaging. Like, I love putting this onto an Illidan. Like, an Illidan jumps into my backline, I'm so happy as Mei. It really is crazy.
Yeah, as a tank that can't really do a lot against mobile heroes, this is something that'll soft counter that. Not so much that you're able to shut them down, but it will soft counter as you give yourself and your teammates movement speed. You give them the fizz armor, they're less likely to die in the backline if you're peeling.
Exactly. Like, Zenroth, great points there. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Mei has trouble landing her abilities on the enemy team, but you know what you can do? You can use the skating onto your teammates, and it's gonna be as good of a value as using it on the enemies. Yeah, baby, let's go.
Yeah, and again, you got a diver that can just keep going. You throw a W underneath your own ally, and they can't follow them anymore. Like,
yeah,
they're speeding away. They have the fizz armor.
Exactly. It also does a lot for yourself. Do not underestimate the fact that when Mei gets 20% movement speed, this is easier for you to follow up after a target and then use the rest of your abilities. It's especially good when repositioning yourself for an avalanche. That 20% speed is very vital. The physical armor component, you will get rebuffed when you engage. You will get damaged. 50 physical armor is great. Like, I'm not gonna lie. You've got Crystallize for your spell damage portion, and you got Skating Away for your physical damage component. So there is a way for you to deal with either damage source if you identify it correctly. And then after that, you got Cold Front, which means your skate is 6-second cooldown. You've got a 50% uptime on Skating Away to fully reposition. And when that's over, you could pop your trait. You're unstoppable. You got a shield. You don't have the movement speed. No problem. You're standing still. Or you could combo the physical armor with your trait. So you could totally skate onto a mercenary camp control points. You knock back people away. First, that's a good thing. And two, you trait right away. So you're unstoppable. You can't be shoved off of it. And unlike an ice block, you're contributing progress to the point. You are not absent from it, unlike a time stop or an ice block, a true ice block. That is one good advantage of the trait. Plus, you have 50 physical armor, so your shield goes further when they deal less damage to you. Win, 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 baby.
Yeah, wins all around. It's a level 1 through 20 talent. You will always get value from this.
Exactly. Like, you can completely skip the fact that it does anything for your teammates, even though that's probably the better half of it. You get a lot of value by yourself as the Mei player with Skating Away. Plus, you get it more often with your Cold Front, which is amazing. Yeah, this is great. Like, the more I realized, hey, I actually don't need to pick this so often in physical damage games. I just pick it all the time. It still does so much. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it does not matter if they don't have heavy auto attacks. Like, this just feels good.
Think of it, this is a ETC speed medal. Like, you get this talent onto your skates, which is a low cooldown ability with Cold Front. So your team that has no mobility, boom, you just granted them movement speed. And movement speed is very underrated in this game. Maybe that 20% movement speed is the difference between them dodging a Hanzo arrow or not. And that is way more valuable than just giving them like healing or shielding or whatever. Like dodging the CC or not being part of a death combo because they were just an inch away could be all the difference between a win and a loss.
100%.
Skating away, it's good. Pick it up. Next up though, backup battery. 70-second cooldown, extra hotbar ability that gets put on. Activates to remove all roots and slows and regenerate 20% of your maximum health over 2 seconds. And the cooldown on this drops by 10 seconds each time you pick up a regeneration globe. This is an emergency button. Say you get slowed or rooted. There's a way out for you. And you also get a nice little heal on top of that. Honestly, I I don't like backup battery. It's probably better. It's way better on the tin can, and people can probably make use of it. I'm just bad at it, and I don't like it. Zenroth, what is your opinion on backup battery?
It's okay. It's even more. It's a very, very situational talent. I think the only time I've ever actually taken a backup battery was against a KTZ.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I mean, the healing is nice. It's a little extra heal. I mean, if you're really like pairing, if you're just going for pure self-sustain, you know, like you took heat transfer, you took crystallize, you take backup battery, you are very tanky and sustainable. I just can't justify taking it over skating away, honestly.
Yeah.
I think skating away does too much for everyone versus backup battery, which is like your own. Yeah, I got rooted. I need to move.
I do agree with you. The self-sustain build is fun, but in practice, the problem with it though is, yeah, you're very survivable and you don't die. Well, guess what? You're an unkillable cockroach in the apocalypse. Who cares if you're the last person standing? Like, you do nothing as Mei when you don't have your other talents that augment your CC, your mobility, your control over the game.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad talent. I just think it's too situational and completely overshadowed by skating away.
I totally agree with that assessment. That is exactly how I think about it. Plus, there's the downside of roots and slowing cleanses, which, although is very handy, it's not as handy on Mei because she has a trait, which turns her unstoppable. And those type of CC doesn't prevent her ability usage, so whenever you get roots or slowed, you could always press your trait. This is not something new you could do, for example.
Yeah, she already had. I mean, I guess if you want to say but if you get rooted, then you still have your D afterwards. But it's like,
especially if it's a Malfurion roots, like it's a big deal if you cleanse off the roots.
Yeah.
But yeah, backup battery. So, the thing is, there's a lot of slows in the game, but the problem with one-time slow cleanses is there's too much slows. Like, Mei herself is an example. You cleanse one slow, who cares? She's got 14 million slows coming right after you. So you take off one, the rest are coming afterwards. So it's not super good into slows. And then for roots, there's not that many roots in the game. Like, it's technically a common form of CC, but the heroes that are good in the game, like meta, I would say, don't feature a lot of roots. So it's paradoxically becomes a rare CC.
Yeah, I mean, we have Zul'jin that has a 10-second root removal. So I mean, what are we really doing here? You know?
Yeah. and it's a long cooldown ability on top of that. Skating away is like, honestly, the amount of damage you reduce with like your first skate as you dive deep into a team, that 50 physical armor is probably 20% of your health. So therefore, you get the backup battery's worth of healing on it, and you know you're not stressed on the fact that it's an ability that you got timed perfectly, you know, with the roots and slows. And yeah, I don't think it does enough. Like, it's a cool talent, but I don't think it does enough for me.
I agree. Like I said, I think the only instance that I was like, nah, I need root removal was for like a KTZ just to get out of danger as an extra and not waste my D, because I'm sitting there as a sitting duck after I get rooted already. Yeah. But if I use my D, then I don't even get chained. So, you know, I don't know. It's
again, that's the problem with backup battery. It does nothing novel for you. It's not like a brand new effect where you're granting your team movement speed, like skating away. There's no way for you to do this otherwise without this talent. But with backup battery, like, you can kind of do what you need to do with it with your trait.
Yeah. Yep. Take skating away.
Yeah, skating away. Pretty good. But there is a case to be made for a backup battery every so often, maybe into Arthas. Well, Arthas is kind of good now, so yeah. Stukov.
Maybe, but the problem is that the slow just gets reapplied. So it's
I don't know about that. I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe a Syndragosa comes down, or especially with level 20 Syndragosa, this might be kind of clutch, but I don't know. That's the one use case.
Yeah. It basically just takes skating away.
Exactly. You heard it here, folks.
At the end of the day.
No matter what, you pick up skating away. It's amazing for engaging. It's amazing for disengaging. It's amazing for survivability. It's great for team peeling. It's great for team survivability. It's great for team utility. It's mwah, chef's kiss.
It's way too good, and the synergy that it gives with everything else is just chef's kiss.
Exactly. Oh hey, avalanche. You know what skating away is really good at? Setting yourself up for an avalanche at level 10.
It very much so.
Exactly. Well, that's the only extra thing. With that, we move on to level 10. We've already discussed how to use the heroics, so when you would pick one or the other, I'd say Avalanche is more like a peel-oriented game, or if you're having fun, really. If you're trying to catch enemy heroes, it doesn't really work too effectively. You're going to be playing on a map that has very tight corridors that facilitate easy avalanches, where the straight line movement is very valuable. And that's really the only case I'd use Avalanche. Ice Wall also works really good onto tight corridor maps because of the functionality it has as a wall. Plus, it's much easier to put people into time stop. It's a much more versatile type ability. You could use it defensively. You could use it offensively. Neutral state is also really good. Yeah. Is there a specific case you might go one or the other? Like, say you look at an enemy team composition, Mr. Zenroth?
The only thing you could say really is like if they're melee heavy, Avalanche seems like it'd be really good, but also to the same argument, it would also just be an easier setup for ice walls. So it's like,
yeah.
I mean, if you're wanting to go for the dream of your 5-man Avalanche, you know, everybody's got to get that at least once clip.
Exactly.
So, but otherwise, I mean, the nice thing about ice wall also, if you're still undecided, Avalanche is very telegraphed. Like you pretty much know when a Mei is wanting to avalanche. Ice Wall is not like that. You cannot tell what the Mei is doing with Ice Wall.
Correct. Mei suffers a lot from predictability, and because of that, counter CC on her is extremely efficient, which is why she struggles a lot in high MMR games. You never see her in the competitive scene because she is very telegraphed, like more so than Mal'Ganis. This is very bad. Ice Wall is the redeeming factor. It comes up anywhere you want, almost immediately, way faster than people anticipate, and this is your only way of catching people off guard.
Yeah. It's when they realize, shit, I got caught in an ice wall.
Yeah. And then,
but I mean, if you're against a coordinated team and they see a Mei trying to get into their back line, that's not going to fly. Like they will punish you hard for it.
Exactly. I'll give a few more tips on landing ice wall because we're back on the topic, and I did not mention it precisely. Wait for opportunities for enemy teams to commit to certain decisions. Say, if they're running away from you, there's a point where they start running. They're not going to turn around and stop to attack you. So if you chase them and then you incentivize them to run, suddenly you've reduced their decision making by half. They no longer have the option of moving forward. They only have the option of moving backwards. So that already improves your likelihood of landing. Second, wait for opportunities to see the enemy to make a decision on which path they take. If they're rounding the corner at a wall, they might go path A or path B. Wait for which way they choose, and then send it down that path. That's another great way of using Ice Wall. And then use corners and ledges and walls to your advantage. Enemies can't pass through them, so that's another like quadrants they're not going to be moving through. So if you're chasing them and they're at the wall, that means they only have like 25% of like imagine like a circle around them. They can only physically move like in 25% of that space. So that's another way of improving your odds. My 2 cents, really.
Yeah, I agree with all those points. And if you wanted, you can just let the enemy tank engage onto you and ice wall the follow-up because they're more than likely following up their tank. So it can become predictable for where the enemy team is coming from. If you see all of them, they're going to try to follow up with their tank. Boom. They just kind of, the enemy tank just kind of sets you up. So
Exactly.
good counter engage.
Great point. In this game, counter engages are very efficient. So if you identify that the tank has overextended for their initiation, the enemy team is going to be going bonsai charging after the tank so that they can follow up in a timely manner. They're going to move as quickly as they can, which means they move in a straight line, which means ice wall. And they never anticipated. Very effective.
Yep.
With that, honestly, that's everything that needs to be spoken about level 10. I will swiftly move on to level 13, unless there is something more you'd like to add.
Nope. Now we get into the bread of the butter.
Oh yeah, juicy. Flurry. While in her own blizzard, Mei gains 50% increased attack speed, and blizzard's cooldown refreshes 125% faster. If Mei is in her own blizzard when it ends, gain these bonuses for 3 additional seconds. Bonus attack speed, good. Blizzard cooldown refresh, very good. And if you, if you're just dancing in the snow, you get a lot of value. You know, you can choose to stand in your own blizzard. You're not gonna, nothing's gonna happen to you. Unlike the enemy team, where they have to deal with the induced hibernation, they just choose not to stand in it. You can stand in it, and hey, you got bonuses. Honestly, I don't really like Flurry that much. Zenroth, I'm pretty sure you have a different opinion.
I do. I've actually been a growing fan of this ability. It feels way better than I thought it would. The attack speed is kind of whatever. It's already kind of nice if you took heat transfer at level 1. You're getting all those procs. But also, that's not really the point of it. The point of it is for the faster cooldown on your blizzard. As you know, we already have reduction on her E from if you took skating away. Is it skating away?
Cold front.
Is it the wrong one? Cold front. So the thing is, you know, you put your E on a faster cooldown. With this, you're basically ice skating very frequently and casting blizzards. So everything is a lot quicker.
Yeah.
The auto attack speed doesn't matter. It's nice. I mean, it's a good addition. But the fact that it not only refreshes 125% faster, but it goes, if you're standing in your blizzard and it goes for an additional 3 seconds, the cooldown is phenomenal to EW nonstop.
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. From the tin can, I think if you pick up heat transfer with the anticipation of doing flurry, I think that's a little bit of a trap. Because really the tank is not the one dishing out damage. Who cares about the attack speed? It's the CC you care about, and the fact that you get that more often is very important. Although with Cold Front, you might be like, oh well, I have my skates without my W. This is kind of awkward, and that is true. But at the very least, when you have 2 times worth of skates compared to 1 times blizzards, you can still use the skate in a very productive manner. You could use it to engage, you know, with the blizzard, and then after that, maybe you disengage and use skating away on the way out, so that's double value. You're not going to have a W for your second E, typically, unless you're patient enough to wait through it, but I think you're wasting out on the Cold Front potential. Flurry synchronizes the cooldowns. So you get Cold Front value, you're going to also get Blizzard value through Flurry. So you have both abilities effectively on the 6-second cooldown. Maybe faster, actually.
Yeah, if you're taking Flurry, you're not doing it for the auto attack speed. That's, I mean, yes, you can say that heat transfer would pair well with that, but really you're not looking at that. Yeah. You want Ice Storm. I mean, you want to effectively be able to show that, hey, I constantly have my cooldowns. Like it's very good.
Exactly. Mei's got long cooldowns. There might be a case where you whiff your abilities. That's a big problem. Now the enemy team is going to counter engage, and you got nothing. And you're not like Murden, where you can generate another stun in maybe 5 seconds worth of time if you just brawl a little bit. Mei can't do that. She's got to wait 3 times the amount of time. But with Flurry and Cold Front together, you have 5-second cooldowns on strong abilities. So yeah.
Yeah, I've been a growing fan of it. It's very nice.
Cool. I guess I gotta give it a little bit more playtime then to see how that goes. There is another angle as well. Flurry is incredible when it comes to your Waveclear speed, because the limiting factor is your W's cooldown. You're gonna get your skates, which is cool, but really it's your W that deals the big damage, and you do that through the form of Ice Storm. Using Flurry means you get another Ice Storm, and then you get another Ice Storm again and again because of Flurry, stacking on top of each other, because the cooldown refresh rate on this is crazy.
Mm-hmm. It's very fast. It comes back very quickly.
Yeah. I think, was that? 3 seconds of 125% recharge rate, so you're recharging off 3 plus itself plus 25%. Exactly 6.25, and then another 3 seconds after that. Yeah, okay, so every 6 seconds you have your W ready to go. Actually, 6.5 seconds you have your W ready to go, which is quite good. Quite good. It synchronizes perfectly with Cold Front.
Yeah, exactly. It basically puts Blizzard and Cold Front on the same cooldowns, which again, you're getting you're at least refunding a total of 10 plus mana when you're using your W and your E together.
Yeah.
So just constantly just dishing out CC and disruption every 6 seconds is very nice.
Exactly. Important thing to note, Flurry desperately needs Cold Front to operate well. Otherwise, you're going to go mana hungry very quickly. And plus, it's really nice to have the E cooldown shaved, because it's just handy to have it at the ready, because as nice as it is spamming W's everywhere, it's probably not a very effective W if you use it on the enemy team and you're not in position to be in it unless you reach it last second. You really need your skates, so Cold Front is mandatory with Flurry.
Yeah, definitely mandatory, and also it allows you to kind of just traverse the battlefield a little easier too. Like if your backline's getting dove on, throw a W back there, skate back. Guess what? Everything's coming back to 6 seconds. So you have a very quick capability to re-engage.
I see. Great point. I like that. Also with Flurry, important you pick up Ice Storm for it really can't be understated how good Flurry is with wave clearing. Like, you can clear any size minion wave. With Ice Storm, you can kill the ranged minions no problem. Maybe the melee minions get brought down to 25% health, which is a little annoying. But then if there's a really big wave, you can't clear all of it. But with Flurry, no sweat, easy.
Yep, with Flurry, and the extra auto attack speed you get will help hopefully kill off some stray minions you didn't catch in your Blizzard.
Super true. Well, there you have it. So yeah, Flurry is actually a pretty good talent. It's a little bit more strict. You can pick up Mei's other talents, like say skating away is actually fine by itself. You don't need anything to go with it. But Flurry really needs the talent synergies for it to really pop off. So make sure you align your build ahead of time.
With the synergies, Flurry doesn't feel the same. You're basically just throwing W's everywhere. If you don't have that reduction on your E, it's kind of
the Blizzards are not stunning anything if you just toss them willy-nilly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess I'll give it more respect. I'll try it out a little bit more often. I much prefer the next talent in this tier, which is Cooling Servos. While Cryo Freeze is active, Mei's basic cooldowns recover 3 times as quickly. And you also get a passive where your attacks naturally slow people by 20%, which is a pretty good talent. I like Cooling Servos because I realized this is quite literally a rewind at level 13. And it's kind of shocking how effective Cooling Servos is. The problem with it, though, is for a long time I picked it and then I failed to remember to use my trait offensively speaking in order to generate the cooldowns. So yeah, and then it took me a long time before I got good at it. I'm like, oh, okay, makes sense. And then from that point on, my Mei got a lot more terrifying because I would have a second round of abilities ready to go as soon as I get out of the Frozen Tomb. I like Cooling Service. What do you think about it?
I like it. This also synergizes extremely well with heat transfer. Basically, every auto attack you're proccing it. Like you're getting that extra damage. They're slowing. You're healing for it. So now your auto attacks add to heat transfer, which is really good. The basic ability reduction, very good as well. She restores her cooldowns so fast on this. The only problem I have with it is the fact that you kind of, in a way, have to use your D offensively.
Yeah.
Just to try to get the cooldowns, so you are spending that up. But it could just be the turn of the team fight based off of that. So,
absolutely, I tend to pick up Cooling Servo's value more frequently after like a raw engagement. Like I do a WE combo. Ideally, I put Q onto a ranged assassin, and then I encase myself. Usually, Mei's going to get some return fire, so the shield is up, and you start recharging your abilities, and then you could do whatever you like afterwards. There is one caveat to it, two caveats actually. Cooling Servos is very mana intensive, because this is all of your abilities, and you're not getting any mana refunds on this one, so that's one thing to keep in mind. And two, sometimes you overcharge, and that you cool down so much that some abilities are ready to go, but you're still waiting to get everything off cooldown, which is, it doesn't feel great, as slick as a flurry might, though.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's I think this is a great talent. To get the full effect from it, it does suck that you have to kind of plan out your combo with using your D offensively.
Yeah.
But again, like you were saying, when you're diving in like that, you're already catching return fire. So throwing your D down, and especially if you took Crystallize at 4, it reduces it by 10 seconds. So every 30 seconds you got this.
Exactly.
I mean, so you're catching the return fire. You're able to have that shield, that spell armor, and your cooldowns are being restored at a rapid rate.
Exactly. I tend to pick up. There's a third caveat as well, and I forgot about that. It's the long cooldown. You have to wait on a 40-second cooldown before you get your rewind back. So, major. How should I say this? A sustainability issue compared to Flurry, where Flurry is in continuous effect, I suppose. Yeah. On paper, Flurry just looks like it wins, but in my heart, I feel like Cooling Services serves me well. Maybe I just need to get better at making sure I get Flurry value.
I think both are very good. I think Cooling Servos is almost a must if you take Heat Transfer, just because not only do you have the permanent ability to slow off of your basic attacks, which is very helpful for your team and kind of, saves you a little trouble from having to force engagements. You can just kind of poke away at the front line as they're slowed. But you're getting that extra damage, you're getting that extra healing because it's slowing them. I mean, it's almost a must if you take Heat Transfer.
Exactly. If you pick, I totally agree with you. If you pick Heat Transfer, you gotta go Cooling Service because the value is so good. If you pick Ice Storm, you could do Flurry, but you could also do Cooling Service. I think it works fine in either case.
Yeah, either way, I still think both of these talents are like, they're good all the way through the game.
Yeah.
You're going to get value no matter what.
Absolutely. Well, I think Cooling Service is more of a skill expression type talent. Newer Mei might get flustered with all of her, how should I say this? The possibilities of using your abilities in the middle of combat is very complex for Mei. It's not very straightforward like a Garrosh, where he just wants to find the juiciest target and toss him back. And really, that's his game plan all game long. With Mei, it kind of evolves a little bit, and you have to think more about it. And Cooling Servos means you have to make another decision within 3 seconds when you come out of the ice block to do another complex ability rotation. So I think, plus it's an extra a button you need to press. Where in somebody's brain, you press D as a panic button, and it's purely defensively speaking, easy. But now you're introducing an offensive potential to it, which does give it a lot of versatility, but it also complicates the ability a little bit more. So somebody might completely forget about cooling servos, just like I have for my Mei learning experience, that I forget I could use this, and I'm not getting value from the talent because I'm not actively engaging with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Also, it's really funny if you start auto-attacking tracers when they're coming in. You can really see that damage come in, and they're permanently slowed now.
E-transfer is decent, but then when you pick up cooling service, like, you actually start doing good clicks. It feels very nice.
Yeah, it makes your auto attacks feel really good, and you're like, hey man, this isn't too bad.
Exactly. Oh, one last thing. I do like cooling servers for a quick blind refresh. A lot of times, I love Mei into physical damage teams because blind and skating away just work so good naturally. There are real cases where my team is getting engaged upon, and I've used all of my abilities. I will go into the ice block to make sure I get another. Hopefully, I get another Q, and maybe I get the rest of my abilities, depending on how quickly I need to come out, though. But it's great for refreshing your blind as well, and I do enjoy that aspect of it.
Yeah, that's actually that's a good point. Because something also you can do, just kind of like how I was saying earlier with Flurry, with cooling servos, you can basically do the same. Like, you can throw a W down on your team in the back line if they're getting dove on, throw your E, help peel for them. You already have skating away helping your team out, and then you just press D while you're in the back line, and your cooldowns come back much quicker, so it allows you to re-engage quicker.
This is true. Yep. I think maybe
keep in mind though, you will ruin your D for that.
Yeah, you ruin your D, so you leave yourself a little vulnerable afterwards. But honestly, more cases than not, you're kind of fine if you don't have your traits, ready to go. I think Mei is perfectly survivable even without. Yeah, so it's no big sacrifice. I will say, I think maybe I like cooling servos because, one, it's a stronger effect. Generally speaking, fights are decided very heavily by the initiation speed and the target of choice. So in the late game, or you'll see this in competitive games, especially when the teams are extremely coordinated. Whoever gets the first CC off onto a priority target wins the fight, and the first half second of that occurring usually determines the winner of it. So in my book, I use Mei's abilities, offensively. I use my CC, and then I use cooling servers for a second round. Usually the team fight is not going to last longer than the second ability rotation when I play as Mei. So having the extreme cooldown refresh rate and then being ready to use it again is usually enough to secure a big enough advantage from the fight to be happy with its results, or you disengage or do whatever. Maybe that's why I don't really like Flurry so much, because although it's really nice to have the continuous WE like springboard action, which is really good, regardless, I feel like it's kind of unnecessary. Cooling Service just does the same job that I want, and maybe a little bit better. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I would agree.
Mm-hmm. But of course,
I think either way you go, it should feel. Cooling servos, honestly, is just really good for that basic attack slow, man. That it's so frustrating as a tank player. Getting hit with a slow is irritating.
Yeah, you know what? You're actually so right. I glossed over this, trying to glaze heat transfer value, but in reality, that slow actually is a big deal. Pressuring the enemy tank with the slow is kind of stupid that it works so effectively, but it really is. It really is effective, and you don't have to press your Q. You got the slow naturally, and you can hold your Q for a blind properly, which is quite good.
That's a big difference there. I mean, you're the enemy Garrosh. You already know as a Garrosh player, you don't like slows. Slows suck.
Mm-hmm. And that's truth. So yeah, that's a big boon towards cooling servos that Flurry doesn't necessarily have. But honestly, I recommend you, the viewer, take Zenroth's advice, do Flurry, because it should be an easy enough condition to fulfill, and it's not nearly as complex as cooling servos. Once you get better at Mei, you'll revisit cooling servos, whether or not it's more your style, like it is with mine. I'm going to be testing out Flurry as well in the upcoming future, but I Yeah, I just love cooling servos. Like this thing's crazy good.
Yeah, I agree. I think cooling servos is definitely top tier for me.
Alrighty. And funnily enough, we spent all that time talking about these first two. Let's talk about Polar Vortex. Using the ability, including your trait or ultimates, causes Mei to deal 24 damage a second to nearby enemies for 4 seconds. Enemy heroes damaged by this effect have their movement speed and attack speed slowly reduced by 20%. It looks amazing on paper. In effect, I really don't feel anything with this. Zenroth, what do you think about Polar Vortex?
If you have to have an ability that's a budget version of Arthas, I suggest not. Okay? If we're budget versioning Arthas, don't take the talent. Just pick Arthas.
Oh my god, yeah. You're right.
Listen, this, like you said, on paper, it looks pretty good. It does. I've taken it. I've tested it. To take this over the other two, I don't know, man. Like, listen,
I kind of agree.
If the enemy team's heavy on melee, and you're like, hey, but what about like a butcher or like a thrall or like, you know, some auto attacker that's just, you can create the space in the CC already there. You can blind them. This ain't it. This is not it. This is not the talent.
It's kind of true. I think like exactly what you described. Polar Vortex is really good into melee heavy compositions where they're going to be close enough to Mei for this to matter, because the radii of this is tiny. Like you see the little blizzard around her. That's all it is, and
it's very small.
It's very small, so it's only effective against melee targets in effect. But these melee targets usually have big, like damaging hits. So the attack speed slow matters a lot, and they hate getting slowed. You know, melee heroes more so than ranged heroes. So Polar Vortex is pretty effective in kind of like stopping the advance of a dive-heavy melee-oriented team. So that is something Mei can spec into. And that's about it. Another thing you gotta keep in mind is the effect doesn't stack, so you have to intentionally stagger your abilities a little bit, which is kind of tough. I think it's easiest to use your WE combo and then save your Q a little bit later so that you can reapply it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, there could be an argument made that also this is going to proc your heat transfer. So you're going to get the healing from this as well.
Multiple times as well.
I just cannot justify taking it over cooling servos. Like, like cooling servos is a free slow on your auto attacks, man. Like versus
like you don't have to press any buttons too, which is a strong strong function of cooling servos. You don't need to expend resources to put threat on the enemy team, and then when you catch them doing a mistake, that's when you put down the abilities.
Like, hey, if we got a butcher that's charging in the backline, right? You could be like, hey, but this ability would be really good against that. But also, if you took cooling servos, you can blind the butcher, and then just auto attack him. So now he misses his autos and he's slow. So really, we have another talent that's a duplicate, but it's just not that good in comparison.
With heat transfer, like if you're standing next to like 3 melee heroes at the same time, like you're generating 3 times the amount of healing from it. Like it's kind of nutty, but it's a very defense peel oriented type combo that you don't fight this type of team very frequently. And even then, Mei is exceptionally strong into these comps. You don't even need Polar Vortex to deal with them appropriately, but it's solely something to do if you're struggling with it. You know, hey, you need a little bit more gas. Well, this is how you burn that force down.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, if we want to throw the argument for heat transfer in there that it could definitely proc the healing. I mean, yeah, not gonna lie, you're probably gonna have decently some good self sustain there.
We'll say.
But again, you have to stagger your abilities to get the full effect of this.
Yeah, that's kind of the downside of it. Sometimes you don't have the abilities running, and then you have to do emergency D for Polar Vortex, which is the most ridiculous thing for my life.
Just pick Arthas.
Arthas. Yeah, like if that team is already in play, like Arthas shuts it down to such an unfunny degree, like it's not even fair. So yeah.
Yep.
Besides, this is the icon for his E.
It is. That's why I'm like, hey, listen. If If you needed 13 for this talent, why didn't we just take Arthas, man?
Exactly. Big brain Zenroth. He knows. So we got a budget rewind from Cooling Service, and we have a budget Arthas with Polar Vortex. I'm calling this video Build-A-Bear of Mei. I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Mei is the budget of like multiple different heroes. It's.
Yeah. I mean, she does have a panda skin.
She does. She does. Where's her DOT, man?
Hey, excuse you. Our DOT is going to be actually, you know what? It's probably Ice Storm or Polar Vortex. Okay, never mind. I didn't have a good joke. Yeah. This is too fun.
Polar Vortex. I don't know.
Yeah, so
if this is the talent you needed, you picked the wrong tank.
Yep, that's right. But honestly, Mei is still a perfectly adequate tank in that kind of situation. The thing is, Polar Vortex suffers significantly from the fact that it has no range. You have to be sitting on top of a hero to do something. So against most balanced compositions or heavy on range, this thing does nothing. So it would serve you much better to go down the routes of either Cooling Servos or Flurry. So we recommend either or.
Yeah. The other 13s are going to give you so much more value, especially just the slow in general on Cooling Servos is already argument enough for this.
Exactly. The attack speed reduction is very nice into a melee assassin, but just get another round of abilities. Those abilities give you more slowing, so it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yep.
Cool. Without further ado, I'm going to 16. Let's see here. Fresh Powder.
Let's go.
Snow Blind gains an additional charge, and its range is increased by 33%. Unironically, I will give Q a rare moment of respect. This is a good Q talent. Additional charge, that's big. You know how I said that there is an overcharge problem with serving Kulos? It's usually the blind that's being cooldowned too quickly. And you're happy to sit in there for an E and a W reason, especially if you fail your W or an E, like for example, you had to use them separately. Cooling Servos gives you a refresh on them totally, but your Q is going to be, ready and waiting for a minute. A second charge allows you to use both, and when you Cooling Servos, you get both back. So that is a very strong argument for Fresh Powder already. Like I said, with every ability that goes from 1 to 2 charges, having an additional charge is like actually having 1.5 charges. You use one Q, you wait a few seconds because, maybe the situation doesn't arise that you need it right away. And then, hey, you use your second charge. The third charge is already 4 seconds cooldown. So you're going to have a third ability very soon. So, yeah, you get a lot more blinds. And that is honestly a pretty good thing. Blinds are disgustingly strong in Heroes of the Storm because they program the effect properly. Not like League of Legends Teemo, where that thing is buggy half the time with his blinding dart. In Heroes of the Storm, a blind is a blind. Everything gets neutered. You got bonus effects, screw you. You got cooldown reduction on your right click, screw you, Illidan. You got healing off of your right click, screw you, Ragnaros. It's wonderful. Blinds are strong, and getting an additional charge is great. And I haven't even mentioned the range increase. The range increase is a cherry on top. It may not seem obvious to you, but there are many opportunities where you're going to have to toss a blind back into your backline because they got double pawned by an Illidan, and you're not going to be in position for that because you're in the front lines. This lets you just chuck it far out, and you just neuter the Illidan without having to give up an inch of space. Great talent. What do you think about it?
On paper, I really do like it. The extra charge and the range, really nice. I do wish that at level 1 you had that increased blind duration.
Yeah.
Because that would just make this so good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm biased. I still will never pick this.
That's right. I can see where you're coming from.
Yep. It's definitely helpful. Being able to just chuck snowballs at quite the distance. It is a good range increase, especially if you're up against a hammer and you're trying to engage. You can throw your first snowball on them, work on engaging into that hammer comp, and then you have another snowball that you can throw onto them. And you can throw it at a very safe range to where you don't take so much damage.
This is true. Plus,
You mix that with
sorry about that. I was about to say, if you toss it at range, the snowball has a travel time, so the blind is not in effect immediately. By tossing it ahead of schedule with an range increase means you enter range with them already blinded, and not you entering, get hit, and then it's blind, you know?
Yeah. And you already took skating away too. You know, you get that armor as well as being able to enter while you threw that blind. So while they, as soon as the blind ends, any damage that they do deal, you have a little bit of his armor on you.
Yeah.
And then you have another blind.
Totally.
And you can throw it safe.
Exactly. You can just blind a single guy like 3 times in a row. It's very evil to a Zul'jin.
Especially to Zul'jin.
Yeah, poor dude. He only gets strays. Mei is brutal for him to deal with, honestly. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, what do you do, man? You got a Mei engaging on you. Yeah. You can activate your Voodoo Shuffle, right? That she threw a W down on you. You're like, I'll activate Voodoo Shuffle, but then you're immediately slowed again afterwards, and then you're just like, okay.
One time slow cleanses, baby. Ain't that so fun?
No.
Yeah. I will say, there is a hidden aspect I feel like no other Mei has taken advantage of. The range increase on your snowball means you guarantee a ice wall. It's so easy. Like, if you're chasing after somebody, landing a raw ice wall on a fleeing target at max range is quite tough. I will admit, it's one of the Mei's strongest points in that she really can catch a person out of position. Like, she has one of the longest initiation ranges of any tank in the game, bar none, with a long-range ice wall. But it's tough to pull off, so the success rate is still low. It's not as reliable as a judgment material, you know, it's guaranteed, right? So, but fresh powder gives you range increase, which means if you see them, you can chuck the snowball, and as soon as they're slowed by 35%, that is a guaranteed ice wall. Why? Because I play Ragnaros, and I use the 40% slow for my slow burn to guarantee my sulfurous smashes. So, to me, it's very natural. I've already built all that experience with a melee character like Ragnaros. Now you can do this from range with Mei. So, you chuck the snowball, you lead them ever so slightly to account for the fact that vector targeting takes like a maybe 1/10 of a second longer to deploy because you gotta drag your mouse and all that. But still, you lead them a little bit, and you land the start of the wall directly on top of them. Guaranteed. Great way to reliably engage. And I feel like I've not seen a single other Mei that does that, so I had to bring it up.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a good point. If you can guarantee your ults, which is also what we're about to talk about, it's very helpful.
That is true. But yeah, fresh powder. I'm more of a champion for this talent because Zenroth is a black ice lover, and I'm a black ice lover too. But I will give fresh powder my respect because sometimes it is a win condition. Like if there's so much physical damage running about, sometimes this is the only way that you can neuter them. And suddenly you turn a very average ability, which is your snowball, into a pretty decent ability. And there is no conditions to it. You just have it all the time, which is great. I think both components of this are very strong.
Yeah, two charges of blind is also just... I wish that were level 1, but hey, you know what? We're here.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's because I play cooling servos that I do get the double snow blinds. And you play Flurry, which means you don't get the double recharge on them. So, to me, I see the effects. Like, I get noticeable effect in my games, and I've noticed it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's why I grow a little bit of a soft spot for this talent.
I can respect that.
Yeah. Well, we've been hinting towards the talent the whole review through. Ladies and gentlemen, Black Ice. How about you, Zenroth? You read it out, and you give us your thoughts first.
Black Ice. The icing slow effect no longer decays over restoration. Icing deals 300% more damage to enemies very close to Mei. Black Ice wins games. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I love this talent so much. It basically fixes so many issues that you may potentially have with Mei 1 through 15. Because if you're trying to set up for an avalanche and you E back to the enemy team, you're trying to get a snowball, they just moved. And you're like, oh, okay. That can't really happen with Black Ice. They're stuck. It's almost always a guaranteed avalanche when you hit that Black Ice.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same way with Ice Wall. Actually, I like it even more for Ice Wall because you can just E into a group of enemies and it's just like a guaranteed, like, you just rip the Ice Wall and they're stuck. They have to just eat the Ice Wall.
Got you.
Unless they have mobility. But for non-mobile heroes, yeah, no, they're stuck. They don't get the option.
Mm-hmm. Got you.
And the damage from it it's quite a lot too. It definitely adds up. And yeah, no, I listen, I love this talent so much. It feels really good. Sometimes you can just E into the enemy team for fun. And you just watch all of them get absolutely debilitated on their movement speed.
So true, so true. I will have to say, an important thing to know. With Mei, the slow gets applied. It doesn't really matter where she is. If you hit them with the skate, they get slowed. It doesn't matter which angle. Sometimes, due to the way it interacts with your Blizzard, you might want to stop a little close to them. Or does it shove back further if you hit them at the edge, or like if you're right next to them? I don't think it does.
I think it just depends on the angle. I think if they're at like the very edge of it, it just bumps them over a little bit. The closer they are, I think it bumps it more.
Got you. I think that makes more sense because if you're going after a target, like the bump is significant. If it's like somebody on the edge, like that you're not looking for, I don't think the bump's as noticeable. Please correct us in the comment section if in try mode for like the next 5 seconds, because I'm seriously blanking on a very important detail. But regardless, the slow does not decay, and it doesn't matter where you hit them with the skates. That tiny like circle you see around you with Black Ice active, that is the radii for bonus damage, which is, although a very good component, it's still a bonus. The whole radii of the skates, whoever you touch with it, gets the big 70% non-decaying slow. So keep that in mind. Let that alleviate your aim with your skating a little bit.
Yeah, no, hitting a target that is just stuck in an 80% slow. It's man.
Exactly. It's you until you see it in action, you might not respect it until you do, and then when you do, you're like, "What the hell? This thing's unacceptable." Like it's literally unfair.
No matter who you are, you will notice Black Ice. It will hit you, and you will say, "Oh, they're 16."
Exactly. And not everybody's got unlimited skates like Mei does. So at some point, even somebody that, like a Genji, they're going to get caught by it, and they're going to know hell.
Yeah.
I think
it's been one of my favorite things.
Yeah. Continue.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's been one of my favorite things to do once I get 16.
Yeah.
It's basically a free engage on the healer. You skate through everybody, you hit the healer with your E, and it's just a guaranteed ice wall. And now everybody's got to go back towards you to try to get their healer out of danger. But you got the W set down. You're already you can cast D to offset damage, and then your team's coming in for the follow up, and it's brutal.
Nice. I'll incorporate that in my combos now. Very cool. Let's see. I will talk about your point about Avalanche. This is absolutely the case. Avalanche is kind of so-so. Like it's a bad ability, truth told. But with Black Ice, it's a lot better. That 1.5 seconds of 70% slow allows you to reposition around the whole body. You can literally do a loop around the hero you slowed, like flawlessly. It's easy. And then you can choose whichever direction you want to do. And if you picked up skating away, You're moving at 120% movement speed. Your enemy is moving at 30% movement speed. That is a 4 times difference in speed. Like, dude, it's it's actually diabolical. And this is why it feels so oppressive. When you have skating away and you're moving, you're zooming, and the enemy team is so slowed, like it scares the mind. It really does. So yeah, that is the power of Black Ice, and that it guarantees your heroics, which is another really debilitating factor. I don't really use it with the Ice Wall, so that's something I gotta try out. Go into a team, hit whatever, you Ice Wall, you got your Blizzard ready to go to combo up after your Ice Wall. Oof. Oof, oof, oof.
Yeah, no, it's so nice. It's actually something that I did in one of the NGS games. Is once we got 16, I was just going on the enemy Anduin, and they're stuck.
Mm-hmm.
They can't do anything. You hit them with the very beginning of the ice wall. It is what it is. They can't move.
Yeah,
they're stuck.
Big time.
The only exceptions for this would be like a Lucio, for example. If they've got a teammate nearby, they can high five to him to get out of dodge, but you have to be very quick with it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Lucio just does that in general. There's very few heroes that can adequately deal with him. But hey, you taught us a tip on Ice Walling for the Lucio, which is badass.
Yeah. If you're able to knock his teammates away while also hitting him, then it can happen pretty quickly. And then if you have that W timing down perfectly, he cannot high five anybody.
There you go. Plus,
boom, mobile hero taken care of.
There you have it. If he's caught in the ice wall, super easy. If he's not caught in the ice wall, you just drop the Blizzard in like a hemisphere that's closer to him. So therefore, there's no way for him to get around in time to do it from another angle. So it guarantees the stun.
Yep.
Lovely. Great tip. You know what's funny about Black Ice? It's been so good, we completely glossed over the fact that this quite literally guarantees your W to stun someone when you knock them back into it.
Oh yeah. I mean, if that wasn't established already, folks, that's it basically guarantees your combo.
Yep. And the great part about Black Ice is it guarantees you landing your WE from max range. In practice, although you could toss a snowball and you could WE, blah blah blah, it's a lot less effective at max range. You have to be like more moderate range for you to have good distance to skate behind them. Otherwise, you're just clipping them at their behinds, and you might accidentally push them out. Black Ice makes a long range WE combo like more reliable, and suddenly it's like increasing your combo's range by maybe 15%. It's minor, but it happens. So you get more reliable engages in the late game, and if you knock them back in with Black Ice, like it's a guaranteed stun. Like they do not get out.
And keep in mind, if you took Cold Front, you have this nasty slow on like a 6-second cooldown, man.
Exactly.
Oof.
Dude, you could use skating, right afterwards, like raw, no Blizzard. You're happy because the Black Ice is just so oppressive. And then you use Blizzard afterwards, whatever you want to do with it, to maximize the pain. Because, hey, you skate onto them, they're so second and a half, that's a free, max ramp slow from your Blizzard, and then they get stunned, when it ends, So you lock somebody down for like 5 seconds if they have no mobility.
Yeah, I would definitely say Black Ice allows the advanced arsenal of creativity for Mei, because now you don't feel so limited to I have to do it this way, or I have to use my abilities in such a manner. Now it's I'm just going to E into your team, man. Like
yeah, exactly. And let's see what happens. Catch this curveball.
Yeah.
So yeah, words cannot describe like how good, the thing is, Black Ice turns Mei's skating ability from good to amazing. And then the difference between one of your abilities being amazing means the rest of your abilities become amazing. Like, it's actually unreal what it feels like to have a good ability on the tank.
Yeah, this changes all of her abilities. The only one this doesn't really affect too much is her Q, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Better to have it in your back pocket. Yeah.
Yeah,
honestly,
exactly.
The longer it's in your back pocket ready to blind somebody is honestly the most efficient way of using it. Well, most effective way of using it, really. And until you need it, when all of your slows have been expended and you're still chasing after a target, then you can toss the blind or toss for the slow, or you blind it onto a important damage dealer you have identified that's about to start the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, this is... I listen, I will forever love Black Ice.
Totally. You're absolutely right in that if you pick Black Ice, honestly, you just win the game as Mei. So why am I even talking about fresh powder when you got this right here?
Yeah, this basically guarantees both of your ults too. I mean, kind of like what you were saying, like the Q does guarantee your ice wall, but Black Ice will allow you to set up for both in this scenario if you did to take Avalanche.
Exactly. And then we've also neglected we talked a little bit about it, but the bonus damage is also pretty severe. That's what, you suddenly deal 200 damage with your slide, which is at level 1 values, so this scales over the course of the game. It does big damage. Like, this thing can kill.
Yeah, this is kind of where we talk about, the minor damage coming out from tanks. If you took Ice Storm and you take Black Ice, Mei herself does so much damage.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage coming out from a tank. Yes, it's unreliable, but
it's AoE, so somebody's getting hit.
Somebody somewhere is getting damage, and they don't like it.
Exactly. Oh, Waveclear. As if Black Ice can't do enough, it's also an amazing Waveclear tool.
Yeah, that just adds to it. You basically just insta-clear waves with your WE. It's done.
That's right. Black Ice does it all. It does your taxes. It does your homework. It will marry your wife. It will be the priest for your wife at the marriage as well. Yep, that's what it is.
Black Ice will be there for you.
When everybody else fails, Black Ice got you. So yeah, now we gotta go into after this high, we gotta go down to the stump of an acclamation. So each time Mei stuns or slows an enemy hero, I should have said descended into an acclamation, haha. Each time Mei stuns or slows an enemy hero, the damage she deals and healing she receives is increased by 1%, stacking up to 20 times. And at maximum stacks, Mei also gains 10 armor. This lasts 8 seconds, refreshed upon every instance of stunning or slowing. So, on paper, it's kind of a goated talent. Unfortunately, it's on Mei, and Mei literally does not care. The problem with Acclamation is, one, you sacrifice the massive CC potential of Black Ice and Fresh Powder. Padding your stats at level 16 for a tank is not really worthwhile, because what are you going to do with bonus damage? And how much bonus healing are you really receiving? So it's at this point in the game that it's not that important. Catching people off guard, picking them off one by one, team fights are more common, so CC is more valuable. All of these are very important factors for the tank to really bolster. Acclamation does none of that. It just gives you numbers. And although the numbers are good, Mei baseline does little damage, and her healing is kind of here and there, but you could spec some talents that make it good. And then the 10 armor is nice, but it's 10 armor. There's a lot of things that override it, and besides, you've got sources of your own armor, so it doesn't stack with that. Zenroth, what's your opinion on Acclamation?
I don't think it's the worst talent in the world. The couple of times that I've taken it was just to test it out. It's okay. It gives, honestly, the healing. If you went like the tanky, I just wanted basically regen on everything talent tier.
Yeah.
This is the cream of the crop for that.
Big time.
Listen, Black Ice. I don't know.
Yeah, Black Ice.
It's
it's a job. Black Ice.
I think your team will thank you for taking Black Ice over Acclamation. Like, I don't think I've ever ran into a situation where I was like, man, if I took Acclamation, we won that.
Exactly. And I've never seen a Mei and be like, wow, that Mei with the Acclamation is actually completely destroying us. What do we do?
Yeah, it's just the power of 16. I mean, if you took Black Ice, you feel the dominance from it. If you take Acclamation, I guess you can say your survivability is decently higher.
Mm-hmm.
But I just can't justify it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
There's a
black
very,
ice.
very rare game where survivability is concerned. I guess against those like melee heavy comps where you're stacking this with a Polar Vortex, because each time Polar Vortex does a slow, you quickly generate a stack of acclamation. And also, it's got heat transfer value, so you're dealing good damage, you're healing good damage. The heat transfer is mostly there for the healing, and that's where the 20% increased healing really comes to play. Stack this with your trait, that's bonus healing from your trait, plus the armor, reduces the damage you take. All in all, like, it's decent, but every time I pick this talent, I lose the game, like, automatically. Because functionally, the tank is irrelevant carrying these stats. If this were on a Tyrael, I think I'd have a different opinion, but Mei just doesn't have the numbers
Yeah.
he does, so that's the way it is.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at all the self-sustain abilities, right? Like heat transfer, crystallize, you could go skating away or backup battery, the polar vortex, and then you put in acclamation.
Mm-hmm.
You're very sturdy.
That you are.
It just, I don't. If the tank's the last one to die every team fight, you probably didn't need to take all that.
Exactly. I totally agree with you. There's a time and place where killing the tank is the win con, but it's kind of rare, and only in the pro leagues do people actually realize that focusing the tank is actually a good strategy. And I feel like the saying "don't focus the tank." Well, it's true in Mei's case. You really don't want to be focusing her due to the kind of BS she could put out, but focusing a tank is totally viable. And if you've recognized the aspect of the game that, hey, this is what's happening, I am being focused down and I need survivability, acclamation could be the way to go. It's a very cautious take because it's a feel-good talent, looks great, it's totally fun, but I don't feel like it doesn't win me the game. It just doesn't win me the game. I feel like my win rate percentage stays the same. And anecdotally, I just lose when I pick it up. So technically, it's even lower than that, but I'm not going to give it that slander.
Yeah, and I mean the enemy team's looking too. So if they see that you didn't take black ice, really you just did the enemy team a favor. And do we really want to do that?
Exactly. Yeah. I guess in like maybe bruiser heavy comps where damage is, numbers are everything. They got big health bars and they got big damage, and also big healing, and that's it. This is your way of like countering that, because when you're in the front lines with your healer healing you up, the 20% bonus healing does matter a lot.
Yeah, once it's all the way ramped up, and I mean it does last for 8 seconds. So I mean, like it is. She's very sturdy with this talent. It's just, yeah. It is what it is.
It is what it is. It also kind of sucks that it's a little bit talents dependent, because 20 times is no small feat. It's easy for Mei, but it's easier if she picks certain talents, and I really don't want to be incentivizing people to pick acclamation as like a payoff, because the payoff is not that strong. Black Eyes is insane payoff, but it doesn't even need payoff. Like, it's good as is. Acclamation, not so. You need Polar Vortex to really make it work, and I think heat transfer is a must with it.
Yeah, you have to have heat transfer, and Polar Vortex allows it to ramp up quickly. And in this scenario, why didn't we just pick Arthas?
Exactly. Why did we pick Arthas? I think the talent would be better if it were like a max 10 stacks and then it's just increments by 2%. I think that would actually work a lot better. But that's my 2 cents.
That would definitely feel better.
Yeah, it's my 2 cents. If you want to be winning the game, you pick Black Eyes on this tier. I don't think there's any doubts to that. It does everything you want as Mei, and it makes you so much more effective at what you're already doing. It's not even real.
Yeah, it's like you're playing the whole game with a handicap, and then the second you get Black Ice, you're like, all right, no more handicap. Now we play the game.
Yep, you stand up from your wheelchair all of a sudden, so it's really that good. With Fresh Powder, I think it's a better talent than one might seem. but it needs to be a heavy physical damage game, and it also needs to be like a long range, like standoffish game. Sometimes there's instances where you're fighting against a bunch of rats, like long range poke mages, and you really can't get into range. Fresh powder gives you a way to affect them, because you're not going to be close enough to slide onto them. Well, with Black Ice, you kind of can, because you could just you can boop them away, and you still slow them by 7%, and you drop your ultimates, and then you score the kill there. But Fresh Powder is a way to influence them from range, and it's also very, very good into blind. If the snowball blinds are the win con, I think Fresh Powder is totally viable. Sometimes you really don't need the Black Ice's slowing, because hey, you're still landing the combos because maybe the team is slightly slower than average due to the way their abilities work, like say Butcher or Imperious or Ana or Sergeant Hammer. These types of heroes are naturally slow, so Black Ice is not really super necessary.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And it definitely will always help against a hammer comp.
Exactly.
Just having 2 charges of blinds helps.
Especially these days with Ultra Capacitor, Sergeant Hammer running around. Stopping the stacks from going up is a really big deal. Or you double blind. Actually, hold on. I don't think it works because let me take a quick look at her. Apologies, my friends. 5 seconds. Never mind. It's not going to work. So yeah, if you could stop the progress or stop her from dealing max damage when she's at max stacks. So yeah, it's quite good into hammer. And then lastly, acclamation. If you need the numbers. If you need the numbers and nothing else to win the game, it's the way to go. But it's not like a Muradin Stone form where it's going to give you a much higher survivability with Avatar stacked on top. It's half of that, kind of, but continuous. So lots of numbers over a continuous period of time.
And if you need any more convincing on it, just play 2 different games. Take Black Ice the first one, and then take Acclamation the next one, and you will feel the difference.
Absolutely. Do take Zenroth's advice here. Heed this more than anything. You must see. You need not follow, but you must witness the power of Black Ice. So, yeah, 16. That's done. 20. Interesting kind of tier, I guess. Cascade. While traveling, Avalanche constantly launches a volley of untalented snowblind snowballs ahead of itself. And he also reduced the cooldown of the ultimate by 30 seconds, so it's down to 60 seconds. I really don't know why Avalanche isn't 60 seconds to begin with, and they put it on to 20, but now you can actually use Avalanche pretty freely. I picked this up for the cooldown reduction, honestly. I don't really care about the snowballs being flew out, but it does help a little bit. Zenroth, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think anybody really cares about the extra snowballs. It's the fact that you got Avalanche on a 60-second cooldown now. You're like, oh man, that's crazy. I can play the game even better now at level 20.
Yeah. That's something. I think, and the snowball blinds kind of help a little bit. By tossing a snowball, that means you're slowing them by 35%. And this blankets a path ahead of it. So there's no way it misses. So it helps your accuracy a little bit in that when it's charging, it's going to be hitting whatever is in front of it, and then whoever is in its path is likely to get sucked up into the snowball. So it does help in that regard. I don't know how effective, blinding them as it's rushing out is going to be. I don't think that is a valuable component to it because they're probably going to be running out of the path of the avalanche to begin with. So they're not sticking around to fight with the blind, but the slow is valuable, and it's also very good in like a defensive oriented purpose. Like say, I don't know, Arthas engages your team, you just snowball him back, and then everybody that's behind him is completely put into the ice. They're not going to be helping out.
Yeah, I don't know how much more to say on this talent.
That's all there is to it.
You get at yeah. It does a little extra stuff. It's not going to change the game, in my opinion, other than the fact that you now have Avalanche on a 60-second cooldown, which is really what you're wanting here. Mm-hmm. Like everything else is just kind of bonus. There's nothing else to make that better in general.
Yeah, just lower cooldown, so more frequent snowballs, and More snowballs mean, I'm sorry, more avalanches, and then more snowballs from the cascade means slightly higher chance of landing landing the avalanche into them and it rolls through them. Because hey, at the end of the day, if that slow was the difference between them being caught in it and not, that's a kill. So, and also the avalanche just does way better when it has more people in it than fewer people because the stun stacks.
Yeah, it'd be a lot cooler if it like vacuumed up things like on its way.
Yeah.
Like instead of like if it like had like some kind of vector pull into it, like that would be pretty cool.
That would be cool, yeah. I had a different idea where Cascade would like leave behind an ice trail, and this ice trail Mei can slide on it, and she just continuously slides after the avalanche. So, and I'm also thinking let it go over walls, so she has a way of skating over walls with it.
Ooh, that'd be dirty.
Yeah, it'd be dirty. Because like the big thing with a avalanche is maybe you score the biggest avalanche for your lifetime. It will go so far you can't follow up on your own avalanche. And I'm like, this is stupid. Why not fix this?
Yeah. That's why sometimes I don't like Avalanche, because you're like, I've had a game, multiple games actually, where I've gotten like a 3 to 4 man Avalanche, and it went too far, and I was like, huh. Well, that would have been cool,
right? Man, that sucks.
I guess it's not anymore.
Yeah. This is one of the big things about the Avalanche. Functionally speaking, you still got to deal with that when you have the level 20. Well, I mean, if Avalanche is winning you the game so far up until this point, you might as well pick up an upgrade to it. Like it just improves it. So no knocking against it.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say about Cascade. Shatter. When Ice Wall expires, enemy heroes within that were trapped take 210 damage and have their armor reduced by 25% for 5 seconds. Good on paper. I like the numbers, and armor shred is a valuable thing in the game. Mei has no sources of it, and besides, enemy people that come out of the ice wall, they're going to get stunned by your W, and they're probably going to get a fat mage combo right up you know where, and the armor shred is a big deal at that point. But in effect, I don't really value this talent too often. Zenroth, what do you think about it?
So this actually made like a pretty big difference a couple times, because, you know, like I was saying with Black Ice, you can guarantee that ice wall on a non-mobile hero, and if it's the healer, listen,
okay, makes
they're
sense.
they're nuked. They are absolutely nuked from this.
True.
Especially if you catch multiple heroes, cool. You basically probably won the game off of that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if we're just looking at one individual here that's caught in an ice wall, them having 25 armor reduction for 5 seconds, they're not living 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, they are getting absolutely destroyed.
This is true. It does do a lot. It's just that I don't land my walls. That's the problem. I like using the utility of controlling the team, sometimes more than just putting them into the wall. And sometimes, to me, it's a miracle type talent. Do continue.
Yeah, I would say 1 to 13, you know, your ice wall is basically a creative ult. Like, you're not really going to... I mean, you can land the ice wall, but it's not as reliable to land it. Once you get 16, that's kind of where ice wall becomes devastating, because you're guaranteed to land that ice wall now. So after 16 is where, if you picked ice wall, absolutely take shatter, because that person is probably going to get nuked.
Makes sense. Great advice, Zenroth, honestly. I had not really considered... Well, I've used Black Ice to step into an ice wall, but I haven't used it like to barge into a team and then ice wall all of them right afterwards. So maybe this is the key to landing a huge shatter. I mean, it has to be. I mean, you just described it.
Yeah. I mean, if like I said, if you're able to get more than one, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Because it's 5 seconds. That's a lot of time, like, for armor reduction.
Yeah.
So Especially if you just barged in and you're able to just catch the healer right out the gate. I mean, not much is saving that man anymore.
Oh no, absolutely not. Ooh.
Yeah, if
Combo
you
this
have
with-
all the follow up coming out, like, whoa.
Yeah. You know, that's a great tip. I'm gonna give that. I'm definitely gonna be excited to try that out. With me, like before this talk, I'll tell you how my experience with Shatter goes. I have good ice walls, and then all of a sudden I pick up Shatter at level 20, and then suddenly, I don't know, for some reason I no longer land my ice walls. I think it has something to do with the fact that a lot of heroes do get a little bit more mobility at level 20. They've got blinks, maybe they got bonus movement speed. There's a variety of stuff. So technically, the odds of you landing on ice wall do decrease in most games. So that makes the Shatter value a little bit lower. And from that point on, if you only landed one ice wall onto maybe a few targets, you have to gauge how much value that shatter would generate. In this case, like 25 armor shred at level 20 is a big deal. Like people do big damage at this point in the game, and it's gonna drop them dead. So yeah, that's my experience with Shatter. But I'm gonna incorporate your advice, and then I'm gonna see how that turns out. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna like it a lot more afterwards.
Yeah, Shatter will feel much better once you... Because I typically go for the healers, honestly, with Ice Wall, because the majority of them can't do anything about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, you can get peeled off, sure, but like, if you're within any radius for Black Ice, then the healer happens to catch just the edge of it, even. It's guaranteed Ice Wall. Like, there you go. It's right out the gate, and the damage is coming in. So I would say that's the value there, is just being able to catch something that's very important to the enemy team. Even if they all have blinks and mobility and whatnot, the fight can only go on for so much longer after they lose their healer.
Exactly. Being able to pick off the healer is an extremely strong strategy. It's just, a lot of times it's difficult to pull off because the healer knows what to do. They're going to play so far back, you can't engage upon them. You have to engage upon the enemy team. And when you do engage upon the enemy team, the healer pops up out of nowhere and then starts to do their thing and do the saving. Rhaegar Ancestral healings, Anduin pulls, Blue Stew does his high fives. It's a bunch of BS you got put up with. But this is a way for you to reliably engage upon the healer, and if you knock them out early, it's probably a one fight.
Yeah, what was it? We had just had an NGS game not too long ago where they had an Anduin Orphea, and I eat into both of them who were right next to each other. I caught them in the level 20 ice wall, and that was game.
Lights out.
It was,
Big time.
it was done.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ice Storm value. When they come out of the wall, they instantly get nuked fat damage.
Yeah, that's another thing. If you got that Ice Storm, that's big damage, man. Like 25 armor reduction on already increased bonus damage.
Yeah.
Like,
it's good. Hell yeah, I like it. So yeah, for me, it comes down to the fact that I like, but I also dislike heroic upgrades because I think it's super badass upgrading your ultimate ability in this game. This is not something you could do in a lot of games. But the thing is, if you miss your 60-second ability, you're not getting value out of your 20 until way later, so it is what it is. But on Mei, it's fine because your 20s are kind of questionable, so yeah. But yeah, great tips. I love it. Makes it better. Shatter's good. Would you like to go into the big one?
let's talk about this.
Yeah, the big one. Every 15 seconds, California suffers an earthquake. Wait a second. The next snowblind you cast, the next snowblind you cast has 67% increased area and 200% increased damage. I mean, your snowball is it's not doing that much damage. It's like 70, so hey, it does triple damage. Well, I mean, 210. The big area nuke is actually not half bad. And increased area does actually help a lot in making sure you tag multiple enemy heroes at the same time with it. I don't know, man. Big one is whatever. Zenroth, tell me.
If you took this talent, you're just having fun. I don't think I have gone through a game and I was like, don't worry, team. Once we get 20, we get the big one. And that's going to change the tide of this game right now. Like, at no point in time has this talent ever been like, hang in there, team. I'm coming. Like,
dude,
it's a very funny talent. It's a
dude,
very funny talent.
You're messed up for saying that. That's actually diabolical. Diablo transforms into a machine at 20 and Mei gets this.
Yeah. Don't worry, team. Check out this snowball I'm chucking at Diablo right now. Yeah. I'll check that out. And nothing of value happened.
Oh my god, that's funny.
This thing needs so much more for it to be remotely useful, like on an actual note.
Yeah. It really does. I think it needs.
There's an idea there.
Yeah, you're right. You know the heavy pack at level 1? It kind of needs that at big one. Like if you slow people, like it shaves out half a second on the next big one. I think that would make it better.
I think if there was some way that it even regenerated cooldown faster, like depending on how many people you hit with the big one.
Yeah, that's.
I think that would be hilarious and actually unironically good.
Yeah.
Because you're just launching these fat snowballs. Like it's every 15 seconds. So I mean, like
you'll have it like multiple times a fight, and at the start of a fight too. But it's lengthy for 20. It's lengthy.
Yeah, for a level 20, like come on, what are we doing here? Like, take away the every 15 seconds. Just change Snowball into the big one, and I mean, all of a sudden, this may unironically be good.
I would think so too. Yeah. Technically, it's a capstone for the Q build, in which you're grabbing all the talents for your Q, which is funny. I would debate whether or not that's actually viable, and I don't think it's viable, so you probably shouldn't pick up the big one.
No. I will say, if you take the big one, take it because you're just having fun. This is not a talent that is going to win you the video game.
Yeah. I totally agree. I got no more to say about this talent.
Yeah. There's nothing to say. I don't think there's a situation where this comes into play and you're like, okay, but hear me out when I have this talent, right?
Yeah, you're right. Hey, I'm so bad at landing my ultimates and I don't die either way, so let me pick up the big one for some value, which is I hate doing it out of 20.
Yeah. I mean, this competes with probably some of the most useless level 20s. Like, I think Blaze the only one that's worse.
Yeah, I guess. Well, the thing is, the Blaze actually has really good 20s. The thing is, he just doesn't have options. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, there's like, what do you you're taking a slow or you're taking an ult upgrade? Like, I don't know.
Yep. Exactly. Moving on to Flash Freeze. When Mei takes fatal damage, she instantly gains Cryo Freeze. This effect has a 3-minute cooldown. Not bad. It's not as good as like an Indestructible from Joanna, but it does have different flavors to it that make it distinct from it and sometimes better than it. Its primary use case, obviously, if you're getting focused down, like it's a legitimate problem for you as the Mei player, pick up Flash Freeze. It might be the difference between you living or not in a hectic level 20 team fight. And at that point in the game, every death matters. So Flash Freeze can be handy in that regard. But survivability is usually a non-concern for Mei, so I would be cautious about that. The real value, the real moneymaker, is the cooling servos on 13. Because when you die, quote unquote, you get the Cryo Freeze, you get another round of abilities. So when that finishes, you can come out ready to go with the third round of abilities before you drop dead. Or maybe that the abilities is what makes you live successfully. So it's not bad. What do you think?
I think I agree. It also can help add to a little bit of creativity at level 20. You get to be just a little bit more reckless, in my opinion, because you're allowed to make engages that you would think are slightly illegal. And if you get focused down, you don't use your D yet. You basically let flash freeze kick off, and then people will see that and they'll refocus you. And then if you're able to get abilities out again, cool. If not, you have your D again. So you still have your D there, and you get refreshed on your abilities again. So you have quite the health bar to kind of work with there while your team's working away.
Totally. It's there to buy your team time so they can do their job. Well, not their job, but more like just whatever they want to do, really. And then it's like a stasis or an ice block. I really like level 20 Ragnar's Submerge in that, hey, I go under. A lot of times my teammates come just in time to save my booty. And the thing is with Flash Freeze, you are at 1% health, and you have a 35% strong shield. That's hopefully going to get you through. Oftentimes it doesn't, though. I feel like I still die with Flash Freeze ready. But there is a way to make it a lot better, and that's through the form of Crystallize. Giving yourself 40 spell armor in your most dire scenario is a big deal. And this makes you a lot more liable to... successful at surviving, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree. Like, if you took Crystallize and you took Skating Away, and you have Cooling Servos, Flash Freeze gets a lot of value from that, because if you're engaging, you have the Fizz armor, you have the spell armor. Once it procs, like there's a lot of value that can be had there, especially if you save your D for after Flash Freeze happens.
Exactly. And I do like the idea of stressing a more aggressive playstyle with Mei. In your case, you used Black Ice into an Ice Wall combo. Sometimes you might get punished. How successful is that combo, by the way?
As long as the enemy team doesn't have an ETC for the most part, it's very reliable. Because you E in, you throw on the ice wall, and you put a blizzard under them, and you're kind of in your own blizzard as well, because when they're focusing you, they have to go through the blizzard as well as saving their ally. So you sustain quite a bit already just from that. It's a little bit of a deterrent.
I see. Still a very high success rate then. In this case, having Flash Freeze at the ready means that you can pull off this aggressive combo, and then you intentionally die and just get another round of abilities, and then you have your trade ready to go for a second plan. Maybe you use that one to prevent damage, or you use that one to heal up or cooldown refresh. It gives you options, really.
Yeah, because that's the idea of Mei, right? Like, she's not your on-demand CC, and she's a jack of all trades for the most part, but a master of absolutely none of them.
Yeah, that's something. I agree.
She's got everything in her kit, but none of it is what I would call like the cream of the crop for when you're looking at all tanks. But
I think of all the things Mei can do, of all the things, I think Skating Away level 7 peeling is probably the very best thing she does. Like, I feel like no other tank does this well, sir.
No. Even we call Mei kind of like the budget ETC, but
sorry guys, we had to do yet another cut. Okay, we're back to it. Yeah, I do agree. Mei honestly has the right tools for just about any job. It might not be the very best tool, but when the situation presents itself towards Mei, there's a lot to think about, and there's a lot to do in order to solve it. So yeah, totally like a budget ETC or a budget everything, really.
Yeah, pretty much a budget everything. I mean, she can dive, but she can't dive that well as she puts herself vulnerable. She can peel, but can't peel that well. Like all of it's budget, but budget tank.
Yes. And at the very least, this does pertain to Mei being pretty flexible in most comps. More on the comps a little bit later. I just remember one last thing. Flash Freeze is good over the fact that it has slight synergy with acclimation. Yes, acclimation at 16, because that 20% healing boost does matter a lot when you chain 2 cryo freezes back to back.
Also say that 10 times fast.
Oh no. Oh please. I'm already on death's row here. I can't afford a stroke. Hey, you can acclimate to the fact you start speaking acclamation 10 times as fast. So, boy. Okay. Anyways, how do you use flash freeze? Like, say you hit 20. How often do you pick up flash freeze?
Flash freeze, I take if I know I'm getting nuked. Like if they are just too strong, any engage I do, I'm just getting blown up. It's very good to take for trying to get that little bit of survival. Because I mean, if the tank goes out, the tank goes out. But flash freeze will give you potentially that little safety net of we can probably salvage something here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I tend to take the alt upgrades.
Yeah, both of those are really good.
Yeah, having avalanche on a 60-second cooldown, huge. As now it's not as punishing to use. The shatter, I mean, just the armor reduction, catching somebody in it, boom, nuke them.
Yep.
But
it's like a polymorph Crystallize.
Yeah, but if you find yourself getting absolutely blown up, then flash freeze is definitely the one to take.
Yeah. We talked a little bit earlier about using flash freeze, like intentionally to score serving cools, what is it? Cooling servos value? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Everything just blends in together. It's just ice and cooling and a cryo. I'm like, oh please. Anyways, if you have flash freeze, is this like an intentional strategy that you dive in using the cooldown portion of cooling servos, or is it more like just a bonus if it happens, you know? And then you have your regular cryo freeze afterwards.
Little of both. It kind of falls in with that creativity. Like choose how you want to use it, but have a plan going into it. Because obviously this is a lifeline, so don't just throw your lifeline out for fun.
Absolutely. It's a very good point. You said to have a plan ahead of time. Mei is not a heads-up kind of tank. You don't have any instant effects, so it's very brutal if you get caught unaware and you get flustered. This is one of Mei's primary weaknesses.
Yeah, if she's caught out, then it gets really awkward because you're like, I gotta use my abilities. How do I want to do this? And you got to think on the fly really fast. And she's really not fast. A super fast tank.
Yeah, that's true. So watch out for that. But hey, it's not to worry. As you get better at Mei, naturally, everything's gonna slot in place, and you're gonna see more opportunities, more experiences. You're gonna recall like events that occurred in the past. And so long as you grow comfortable with Mei, things will come out very smoothly, and it's not something to worry about too much.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh yeah, and with that, I think the talent. Actually, I'll do one last recap. But yeah, that is all 20 levels worth of talents covered. To recap on 20. Cascade is a great upgrade to Avalanche if you feel like it's an Avalanche angle or it's scoring a lot of value, or the enemy team lends itself in such a way that they get caught by Avalanche, then picking up its upgrade is great. The extra slowing ahead of time plus the cooldown reduction makes it a lot more reliable. Shatter is great if you've got any kind of wombo combos or CC. Being able to trap multiple enemy heroes and then completely devastate them with the bonus damage and armor shred is very terrifying. And if you're scoring ice walls on priority targets, this could be the way to go to kill somebody that you previously could not kill. Like maybe a Imperius, or maybe a Muradin, or a Joanna was giving you issues all game long, etc. Big one, never. The big never. You'll see this only whenever you're having fun. And then flash freeze if you're being focused fire so hard, just like Zenroth said, that's you gotta keep yourself alive. This gives you options to engage or disengage very freely. You don't have to worry about your life as much. And then from that point on, you can continue to pick off where you were last in the fight. That's great synergy with prior talents as well. So both ultimate upgrades are great if you pick up Black Ice. If you pick up Acclimation, maybe Flash Freeze is a little bit better as you don't have the reliability of the Black Ice for your ultimates, but you do have the healing bonuses for Flash Freeze. So that is something to keep in mind. And yeah, that's level 20s. What do you think?
Yeah, just one more thing to top off on for Flash Freeze is keep in mind the effect is 180-second cooldown. That
Yeah.
is quite the time after 20. So
It is, yeah.
don't think you're getting multiple flash freezes.
This is very true. Honestly, like with the 3-minute cooldown, actually kind of progresses faster than what I experience. It's like, oh, I picked this, I'm going to use it once. A lot of times I actually tend to use it twice in the game, but you're totally right. It's very possible you hit 20 and you get one last big team fight and it's all over. Whereas with your ultimate upgrades, even though they're big Hail Marys and that you're shoving all the power of your 20 into a single ability that has a pretty high chance of missing, all things considered, Mei's ultimates are quite unreliable. But hey, if you miss those, you're going to at least be casting it anywhere between 1 to 4 or 5 additional times until the game ends in like a very, very late game scenario. Compared to Flash Freeze, which is at most once or twice.
Yeah.
Great point.
Yeah, that's about it for anything I have to say on them.
Cool, cool. Okay, moving to Mei's town builds. Give me your favorite Mei build.
My favorite Mei build.
Yes.
Oh, I would say if I had to choose something that I almost always go, it is Ice Storm at 1, Cold Front at 4, Skating Away at 7, Ice Wall at 10.
Got you.
Since I don't really take Heat Transfer, I definitely normally go Flurry at 13.
Got you.
Black Ice Forever at 16.
Always.
And then 9 times out of 10, it's Shatter for me at 20.
Got you. And this is your premier Mei build here in most scenarios. Is there ever a reason to deviate from certain talents in certain situations?
I would say if it's heavy spell armor at 4, you can swap that to Crystallize. Otherwise, really, that's the only change that I'm like, this is probably going to change the way that I play at all.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, like, I mean, going Heat Transfer into, cooling servos, like, there's nothing wrong with that either. I don't think there's really a scenario for it. I think it's a play style if you want to do it.
Gotcha.
But also, like we've talked about before, Heat Transfer does a very good job at helping you with the self-sustained. So maybe if you have a little bit of a lackluster healer, then you can go that route, and that will kind of help you out a little bit more too.
Absolutely. That is town build number 1. It's will go well into honestly pretty much any composition. You don't really have to worry too much. For build 2, do you have a second build that you might go? Or is build 1 basically the only one?
Build 1's basically the only one, kind of like I said. Like, if we already got good Waveclear, I'll swap to Heat Transfer. I used to take Avalanche more often, but like ever since I've practiced the Mei combo, I have just been a fan of Ice Wall. Because like normally with Avalanche, you'll be like, oh, if there's like a bunch of melee, then it's easy to catch them all. But like also if there's a bunch of melee, it's easy to catch them with Ice Wall.
I see.
So any scenario where I'm like Avalanche would be good, I think Ice Wall would just be better.
I would agree. Once you unlock that tech, I think it really opened your eyes. I tried it recently. I think I messed up the combo, but I really do feel the potential as I caught at least one, and I'm pretty sure if I start to improve on it, then from that point onwards, I'm pretty sure I can land more Ice Walls. It can be very effective.
Yeah, especially once you hit 16 and you can really feel the Ice Wall power come out because the healer is basically just helpless. Like, you just dive through everybody, boop into them, they're perma-slowed, and you just rip Ice Wall on them, and it's right there. It's free real estate.
Hell yeah. I'm going to paste in my personal build. It's basically Zenroth's build, but I go for cooling servos and heat transfer. This is my personal preference, but I've been trying a lot of Ice Storm lately. I've been liking it as well. But I still am pretty ambivalent to both. And I guess there is a third build and I'm gonna lay this down onto the record. We're gonna do something like heat transfer, crystallize, backup battery, your choice of ultimate, polar vortex, acclimation, and then more than likely probably flash freeze, but of course it could be any level 20. What do you think of this sustain-oriented Mei? I think this might work well into like a team composition with heavy frontline.
I think it could be fine. Anything without black ice just makes me feel like it's illegal. But
I do agree.
the whole point of this build is to just have that monster self-sustain.
Yeah.
And this is going to do it. You're going to have so much sustain with this build. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Only take if you need, like, it's very desperate that you have to be the frontline anchor, where your CC is not as important, but your existence that debilitates the enemy team from doing what it is they want to do, that could be a angle in which you win. Like, say you got a very strong backline, I don't know, maybe it could be a white main ball, for example. Those two could give you, they can win the fights so long as nobody touches them, and so long as you're, like, really letting it rip with your sustainability, it probably might work out. Of course, you sacrifice a lot of CC, and Mei is much more about the CC rather than, I'd say, survivability. She's not exactly a Muradin with block.
I was going to say another point to this build is keep in mind when you're running this build, if you run this build, you do not have a bunch of cooldown refreshes.
True.
You don't have that way to recover mana like with your WE combo. So you'll have your long cooldowns. You'll be a little mana hungry. So the whole point is to make sure you're taking skill shots for your team with this build. Otherwise, there was absolutely no reason to take this build.
Yeah. If you see the Hanzo arrow, you just gotta go, get down, Mr. President!
Yep. You just you gotta be willing to eat the skill shots and figure out to self-sustain yourself back up, because otherwise your cooldowns are too long and you're mana hungry. So you have to be careful on casting things.
It's very true. Because of this build, although it's kind of cool in concept, in effect, it feels very, very clunky. You don't have any cooldown refreshes. You're always mana starved, like Zenroth says, and you don't have like as much CC as you do with your regular build. So always go with build 1 or build 2, and honestly, you're just gonna operate much better as the Mei. And yeah, that's talent builds from me. If you have any revisions you'd like to make.
Nope, just a final thought on the builds. My favorite build, I would just take that if you are lacking Waveclear, and kind of like with the heat transfer build for TheFreind. That one, if you got the Waveclear pretty solid, then take heat transfer because you don't have to worry about managing waves.
Exactly. I think the same way, and I swap over to Zenroth's build when I do need the Waveclear. If that's already been shored up, heat transfer, yeah. In unison here. Alrighty. That is talents. Last thing. Heroes Synergies. Let's talk about best friends for Mei.
Listen, you want to know the best friend for Mei?
I think I know it. Go ahead.
Alarak.
Yes, it is.
It's always going to be Alarak. There is not one person in the roster that functions better than Alarak does with Mei.
Yeah.
It is so disgusting. You don't even need to worry about trying to rip your combo. You see an Alarak going up for a combo, you just go ahead and put your W down for him. Let him just sweep that hero into the blizzard, and bam, it's over.
Absolutely. It's very, very oppressive. It is astonishingly easy, and then from that point on, the Alarak can actually choose to hold off on his Q, let the stun run its duration, and then he puts the fat Q onto something like a Genji. It's 3 seconds of torment.
Not to mention that if your Alarak's ahead of you, you already had the blizzard down, he used his abilities, you can also go ahead and E in behind that hero after they get out of the blizzard and just knock them back again into the Alarak for another auto attack. It's disgusting, man.
Absolutely. Same can be applied to other type heroes that have knockbacks or shoves. Lieutenant Morales is actually kind of a interesting combo, where her grenade is kind of reliable because people are moving in a straight line away from the blizzard, and since you're usually focused on one other target, Morales can certainly boop somebody in, but Keep eyes open for any such knockbacks. They're very handy when synergizing with Mei. Aside from Alaric, any other like second favorites per se?
Anybody that can assist with the slow.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you don't have to worry about slowing the heroes as much, then you can kind of, like, I know, like, with Deathwing, for example, like, when Deathwing lands and puts his little lava stuff out there and they get slowed, you can throw a blizzard under them, and it just helps so much.
Big time.
Promi, slowing sands, disgusting.
And Loop as well, both are very good. The Hagatung into a blizzard, very good.
Yep. Anybody, I say Mei works best. If you have a team with no CC, you should not have picked Mei. It feels really bad because Mei doesn't provide enough CC to stop a whole lot of stuff. She's very good at zone control, but if your team's getting dove and you're not able to disperse the attackers, then it feels really bad if your team has no CC.
Touche. I will give my favorite combo, and that will be Ragnaros for several reasons. Ragnaros works super well anything that is related to Avalanche. If you score multiple targets with one hit, the Sulphurous Smash could combo with Molten Core as well. Ragnaros does shore up Mei's primary weakness of being Waveclear. She likes team fights a lot, but if you're forced to do macro game as Mei, kind of sucks a little bit. It is one thing to watch out for. And lastly, I do like the form of CC that Mei provides for Ragnaros. The heavier emphasis on slowing is more synergistic with Meteor, because if they're super slowed, they're at the right movement speed that they take maximum punishment from Meteor. If they're stunned, then they can only take so many hits, but if they're slowed and trying to run away, they take maximum pain.
Yeah, it's gross.
Big time.
While I'm not convinced it's the best synergy, if you can manage a really nice avalanche after 20, Genji's hilarious with Mei.
Oh my. Yeah.
It's over. It's over. Yeah, you get like 4 or 5 heroes in an avalanche, and then boom, you just... That's all she wrote.
Continuous living weapons. That does sound pretty fun.
Yeah.
Any healer synergies per se?
Malfurion is really nice. Just to have that root also, because it's very funny after they get caught in the blizzard, and then he throws the root under them, so now they're unstunned and they can't move, and then they fall back asleep. It feels really bad. Anduin's good. Stukov is good. Deckard's good. I mean,
more CC emphasis.
Anybody that provides anything with CC related stuff, very good with Mei. I really like Ana because obviously if you catch somebody in the blizzard, they're going to try to save that person, healing them. You drop the anti-heal on them. Oh,
very strong combo.
It's over.
Overwatch
so
heroes.
Overwatch.
So vile.
Any healers that provide CC works really well with Mei. If they don't really have CC, they'll work with her, but it's just, you won't feel the same effect.
Got you.
Like, you don't need a Karazim. Like, he's not providing anything for you with Mei. Like, what are we doing? Just attacking?
Karazim is brutal.
Yeah.
Not the way to go. But yeah, great insights there. I do agree. It makes a lot of sense because, hey, Mei, it feels really nasty when you have other forms of CC on the team, because suddenly it unlocks the potential of you using your abilities out of sync, and then you use exactly what you need for the time being, which usually you need to use at least 2 at a time because of the way her abilities are structured. Doing only 1 at a time, hey, you got spares to do, after, you're done with your first target, you can move on to the second.
Yeah. And that's kind of the nice thing. Like, you can set up a blizzard there, your team can make use of it, and then you can actually just dive past to interrupt the backline or whoever from interrupting
Mhm.
everything that's coming out onto the CC target.
Totally.
It opens up, like, Mei's about creativity. You don't get to play a standard Mei without getting punished for the most part, because most people are aware of how she works. So
Yeah.
being creative with her throws people off.
And it's very difficult to deal with as well, because most tanks are pretty straightforward. Mei can interact with the battlefield without necessarily putting herself in harm's way. She does have some of the longest range abilities you can ask for from a tank.
Yeah. She does have the range. She does have ways to not get as punished. It just feels kind of bad when you're going up to a bush, you check it, and they engage on you right there when you throw a snowball in there, and then you're like, oh, I gotta go, and then you hope they don't interrupt your E.
Yeah. That's great. Very cool. Great synergy list here as well. Appreciate you giving us your experience. Any last words on it per se?
For synergies, not too much. I mean, just heroes that provide additional CC or heroes that love CC targets as well. Like,
Gotcha.
basically any of the mages love Mei if she lands her stuff.
I do agree. I think mages also work pretty well with Mei.
Yeah, you get several CC targets in a blizzard, and you're like, that's crazy. Here's an AoE spell for you guys.
Fire and ice. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Our synergies, though, that's going to pretty much wrap that up.
Very cool. Then in this case, I shall not bog you down anymore for this lengthy expedition we have made, Mr. Zenroth. I really appreciate you taking your time out of your day for interviewing with me over Mei Towns Overexplained.
Absolutely, man. It's been an honor to have you interviewing me, and I'm glad that we could collaborate on this.
Big time. Also, congratulations on the latest NGS tournament win.
Thank you. Oh, very hard fought. Was a crazy series.
Yeah, it went back and forth. You made him work for it. But at the end, we all know you're inevitable.
I am inevitable. We did.
There it is.
We pulled it out.
All too easy. He never even broke a sweat.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was just flawless as usual.
Absolutely. Anyways, guys, thank you very much for watching and tuning in to yet another Towns Overexplained. This has been Mei, this has been Zenroth, this has been TheFreind, and I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out.
Bye.